things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Disruption at Dover. Another day of gridlock is expected as a war of words breaks out between Britain and France over who's to blame.
Good morning. It's 6 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the UK. And if you're setting off on a journey for your summer holiday today, then take us with you because we're on your radio as well, of course. Here are your top stories.
Well, the summer getaway is underway. 19 million cars hit the road this weekend. More delays at Dover are expected, though, after ferry passengers queued for up to 6 hours. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says the situation was entirely avoidable and unacceptable and demanded the French sort it out. We'll keep you up to date with everything you need to know, but let us know if you're on your way to Dover.
And sticking with Liz Truss, as part of her leadership campaign, she pledges to hold a Brexit red tape bonfire, reviewing every EU law retained by the UK.
Meanwhile, Rishi Sunak says the country is facing a national emergency, warning of a crisis in the economy, NHS and illegal migration.
Donald Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, faces possible jail time after being found guilty of contempt of Congress after refusing to appear before the US Capitol riots hearing and providing key documents.
And have you noticed which way your dog wags his tail or her tail? Maybe you should have a look, because apparently new research suggests that the way they wag shows you how much they love you. If they wag more to the right, apparently that shows they're more comfortable with you and they love you.
Aren't they just wagging both
Well,
ways?
that's what I don't understand. I thought my dog, you saw my dog there, she's got a windscreen wiper of a tail.
Yeah.
It's like that. Occasionally does a little twirl, but it's mostly, I think it's evenly sided. But apparently, dogs are right-tailed. This is according to a university study in China, and they surveyed 18,000 dogs, so it's a big study, and they found that most dogs are right-tailed, as in we are right-handed. Because it's the left-hand side of the brain which controls emotions and things. Right tail. Left hand of the brain, right tail.
Right.
So have a look now. As if you haven't got anything better to do at 6 o'clock on a Saturday morning, have a look to see which way your dog is wagging his tail, or hers.
Send us the video if you would. gbviews@gbnews.uk is the address you need. We are going to get lots of dog videos, and that's a good thing.
Yes. According to this university study, when a dog starts out, doesn't know you particularly well, or if it's going to a stranger, it'll wag pretty evenly
Right.
But the more they get to know you and love you and feel comfortable with you, the more they will start wagging to the right.
Who's right? They're right, or are you right as you...
I don't know. But we're going to be talking to the dog father a bit later on in the programme, and he'll know, because he's a dog expert.
Right. Also, if it's going to be nice weather, not too hot, just nice this weekend.
Good.
So barbecue time again. Keep talking about barbecues. The Mirror has got this weird piece about saying what's in and out at a barbecue.
Oh, yes.
So apparently sausages and burgers and processed cheese slices are out, as are peanuts, trifle, supermarket coleslaw and hot dogs and bags of crisps.
Well, what's in then?
And tubs of ice cream. So in handmade burgers, grilled halloumi,
Oh, it's lovely grilled halloumi. Barbecued halloumi, absolutely gorgeous.
brioche rolls rather than a white bun. White
like
buns are
brioche.
out, brioche are out. Sirloin steaks. Who's got the money for that?
Yeah.
Homemade slaw, which I suppose coleslaw, I guess they need.
Yeah.
And,
Slaw.
and veggie kebabs.
Yes, they're nice too.
Oh, I hate them. I hate a veggie kebab.
Oh, I love a veggie kebab. Mushrooms, you see, do particularly well on a kebab. Little tomatoes.
I don't like. I've never liked it.
Oh, no.
But I just sort of think what a load of
sweet
blooming
corn.
nonsense. And when were peanuts ever in?
I don't know. At a barbecue.
I mean, I love, and it's saying here.
Yeah,
you know,
it's cocktail party food, isn't it?
yeah, and they say peanuts is it's an outdated snack. I love a bag
I like
of peanuts.
Yes, I do too.
So let us know if you're doing a barbecue. I would suggest most people just go and buy bog standard meat or not meat, you know, depending on what you eat, and then chuck it on with a bit of iceberg lettuce, which is also out,
Oh, no, iceberg lettuce is brilliant.
and then crisps and.
And you've got
all
to have
that.
crisps at a barbecue, haven't you?
And I have to say, I think
Yeah,
white...
fun food.
Yeah, fun food. And white buns, I normally eat like wholemeal bread and things. It is better for you. But
if you're
For a
doing a
barbecue.
burger type
Burger,
bun,
what a nice
you have
white
to have a
bun.
white bun. I think you do. Yeah.
we're
brioche.
outdated.
I mean, it took me years to find out what brioche was.
Yeah, and it's very sweet.
Yeah. No, I don't.
Not a fan of brioche.
But if you're having a barbecue today, tell us what you're doing for it. Be nice to hear. Maybe you've decided to stay at home and not travel today because, again, the main story is travel chaos. And it's particularly at the port of Dover because it was absolute mayhem yesterday. And apparently it's going to be the same thing today. Can you imagine being in a hot car with all the kids in the back, queuing? I mean, look at those queues and queues and queues.
And what a
People
way to start
tweeting
your
saying it's going to
holiday.
take 5 or 6 hours to get to the front of this queue. How are we ever going to get there? That is no way to start a holiday.
Well, it isn't. And yesterday, actually, it was about 6 hours of queues in that traffic as people waited to board ferries to France. The Foreign Secretary has blamed France for failing to man border posts and demanded that they sort it out.
Yeah, she said this awful situation should have been entirely avoidable and is unacceptable. We need action from France to build up capacity at the border to limit any further disruption for British tourists and to ensure this appalling situation is avoided in the future. We will be working with the French authorities to find a solution.
I mean, it has to be said that in all of this, the French are saying it's Britain's fault.
And we tend to be saying it's theirs. But in reality, we should be working together properly, shouldn't we? Because clearly that's bad for everybody.
But why are they not manning the post? I mean, they talk about all these checkpoint booths, immigration booths,
But
absolutely, and they're saying
mostly
there
not
needs
there.
to be more checks. France needs to do more checks because of Brexit. Well, what are they checking
Well,
for?
you have to have
that's-
your passport stamped now, which before Brexit you didn't have to do. And they are saying that it's Brexit that's causing some of the problem, clearly not all of it, but it's the fact that now you have to have your passport not just waved at, but you actually have to stop and somebody has to... And it's a French official who has to stamp it.
But there's also this thing, isn't it, about you've got to have, so many certain things in the car and a triangle in the back and all this other... Well, if
don't
that's
check all
so
that, do they?
important, why didn't we have to do that before? And suddenly, because
So
because
some
we're not
people
in
are
the
seeing
EU,
it as a Brexit punishment.
It is a punishment. It's got to be. It's got to be, because if we didn't need it before, why do we need it now? Crazy. Anyway, there was a scathing attack from the Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who said British holidays are being sabotaged by France's incompetence at the borders. These controls were long planned and their failed introduction will hit the French economy and British families alike.
But it's not good enough just to keep blaming each other, is it? Not for the families in those queues. You actually need something to be done, don't you?
Well, you do. You absolutely do.
And Liz Truss is Foreign Secretary. She ought to be on top of this now.
Well, she says she is.
She says, we are working with the French.
Wow. She's got to... I mean, really... But do we... I think the argument is, which is what happened a lot during, perhaps with Theresa May when she was trying to do the Brexit deal, is a lot of capitulation. And we don't want to capitulate to them. We need... If they're not pulling their weight, if they're deliberately not getting people in those border control booths, then they need to pull their finger out and get on with it. It's
funny, it's on the front page of the Daily Star, it says, happy holidays. Are we nearly there yet? And that's what I just can't believe. It's just so awful. If you are in that queue with a family, how do you even go to the loo, let alone get over the sheer heat and everything? Are we nearly there yet is an absolute understatement, isn't it?
Well, the toilets at those transport cafes they have in Dover are going to be absolutely full to bursting. But it's
horrible. It's
horrible.
Not fair, is it? I mean, for a lot of people, it's their first chance of a holiday, probably in about 2 years. And all of the authorities, including the Foreign Office and everybody, should have been able to think about that and actually plan ahead, don't you think?
And you do wonder, though, I wonder how green the French government is, how much of a green agenda they pursue. I mean, I don't know, is the honest answer. But if they're the type to be pushing a big green agenda, then surely you've got to question why they, in effect, persuading the rest of us to get on planes. Because that's what we're going to end up doing. If you think you're going over by ferry, you're just going to go, no, why bother?
Yeah, fly.
Why bother? Anyway, if you're heading to Dover this morning, and if you're listening to us in the car on GB News Radio,
get in touch.
Yeah, get in touch. If you've got a passenger who can send an email, then do gbviews@gbnews.uk. Let us know how you're getting on.
And we wouldn't blame you at all if you turned around and went back home. No. Except you can't even do that, presumably, if you're in one of those queues.
Not when you get into that position.
No. Anyway, do let us know. Our thoughts are with you, very much so. But let's turn to the United States, because it's all happening over there as well. Donald Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, has been found guilty of contempt of Congress after refusing to appear before the US Capitol riots hearing.
Bannon was charged with 2 counts of criminal contempt, one for refusing to appear for a deposition, the other for refusing to provide documents for the inquiry. Each charge carries up to a year in jail.
Now, he'll be sentenced in October, but he does plan to appeal. Let's talk about this with Scott Lucas, who's Professor Emeritus of International Studies at the University of Birmingham. Very good morning to you. Nice to see you again. I mean, this is crazy what's going on in America at the moment with these hearings, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, the Bannon case is a more specific one. So let's take the easy part first. It was pretty much an open and shut case that when he would not give testimony to the January the 6th hearings about the Capitol attack, including about his role in it, then he had committed contempt of court, or contempt of Congress, in fact. So he faces up to 2 years in prison and a heavy fine. Now, the wider issue is, of course, the timing of this is in the midst of the hearings that we're having in Washington. There have been 9 now. And the hearings are now at the point where they really have established through videos, through audio, and through testimony that there was months leading up to the attack, which was this denial of the election result by the Trump camp, and that they moved from legal means to challenge this, which were the court cases where they didn't succeed, to what could arguably be called illegal means, which was pressuring states to overturn the election, pressuring the Justice Department to overturn the election, and then finally instigating these rallies to go on the Capitol and attack the Capitol. And indeed, we even know from the hearings that Donald Trump wanted to lead those marches as they attacked the Capitol on January the 6th.
I mean, what I can't get my head round when it comes to Mr. Bannon is that he said in the last few hours, you know, I stand with Trump and I stand with the Constitution. Well, I don't know what the Constitution has to say about this sort of thing particularly. But him and Trump, I mean, Trump got rid of him. Trump called him Sloppy Steve only a couple of years ago. So why is he so determined to stand by President Trump now?
Well, that's a great question. In August 2017, and Bannon had only been in the White House for 7 months, he got pushed out. But that was primarily because of there was a power play where other advisors thought he was trying to take too much of domestic policy. He was trying to take too much of foreign policy. He had antagonized, indeed, he was almost at war with Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his daughter Ivanka. So Trump got rid of him because of that rivalry. But Bannon remained an informal advisor. Within a couple of months, a few months, Trump and Bannon had made up. So they talked on the phone quite often. And the key part here is that from September 2020, Bannon used his digital radio program called The War Room to bring on the Trump allies, lawyers like John Eastman, Rudy Giuliani, to push the idea that the election would be stolen. And then afterwards to say that it was stolen. And Bannon was in what was effectively the headquarters for those rallies, the Willard Hotel. And indeed, the day before January the 6th, after talking to Trump's people, he said, get ready, all hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
Is it that which is in some of these documents that he's failed to produce? I mean, what's he frightened of?
Well, no, the all hell will break loose is what he actually said on his radio program. So he actually put that out there for public record. What's in the documents is the private communications that may explain to what extent Bannon had connections with, and I'm going to be hypothetical here, with right-wing militias who were involved in those rallies and then the attack, because other Trump advisors have been connected to those militias. Indeed, Bannon called for one of those leaders of a right-wing militia to be released from prison just before the attack. What connections he had with congressmen who were involved in the planning for the rallies and possibly the attack, and then what connections he had with Donald Trump in the lead up to January 6th.
I mean, from an international perspective, this all seems, Scott, I mean, absolutely shocking. And it seems pretty black and white, actually, if we're being honest. And yet in America, of course, that isn't the case. I mean, people are still very blinkered, aren't they, when it comes to Trump and his administration?
Yeah, I mean, can I give you an analogy, as I find interesting as an American here in Britain? We had the flutter after Boris Johnson got into deep trouble as to whether or not he would hang on, whether he would refuse to go and defy his conservative MPs. In the end, he did go. Imagine if Boris Johnson said, I'm not leaving 10 Downing Street. And imagine if some conservative MP said, we're going to help him stay in Downing Street, despite the majority of the party saying otherwise. And imagine if other radio show hosts and TV hosts supported Johnson to seize power effectively. That is what happened in America, is that the country is divided politically, where Trump could go to some radio and TV host, like a Steve Bannon, where he could go to some congressman and say, if that election, I'm not going to accept it. And I want Mike Pence on January the 6th to block the certification of Joe Biden, to prevent him from becoming president. The one thing in America that prevented this divided country from facing what could have been a coup was that Mike Pence refused to block the certification of Joe Biden, which meant we did have a transition of power, albeit one that was marred by the attack.
Yes, ironically, Pence has turned out to be a hero in as much as that.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look, on policy, you and I could have a very detailed discussion on Mike Pence, and I may not agree with him, but I think, Democrat or Republican, left versus right, Mike Pence stood up for all Americans that day. And that's what you hope for now, is that you hope that Americans will not look to party or look to faction, that they realize that it is the system which is at stake, and indeed our Constitution which is at stake, and defend it, as Pence did on January the 6th.
And what's come out of these hearings on video as well as in testimony is that at one stage, Donald Trump actually sort of said, Mike Pence has let me down to the mob. And Pence was really frightened for his life.
Not only did Donald Trump say Pence is to blame, you can argue that he instigated people to go after Pence. In the White House speech, as they were gathering at the Capitol, which is just down the road in Washington, he said, I hope Mike Pence does the right thing. I hope he does the right thing. But if he doesn't, we've got to stop the steal. So a couple hours later, you've got people charging through the hallways of the Capitol going, hang Mike Pence, hang Nancy Pelosi, hang other legislators. Not once did Donald Trump call the National Guard. Not once did he call his law enforcement officers. Not once did he call the Capitol Police when his daughter, Ivanka Trump, went to him and said, "Dad, you've got to stop this." He refused to. And at the same time, he said to another advisor, maybe Mike Pence deserves this.
What's the potential outcome of of this hearing? I mean, because you listen to this and you wonder, why haven't criminal charges been brought?
Because the House committee itself is not a criminal court. We have to emphasize that. You know, it's part of Congress and we have the separation of powers. So what the committee can do is recommend to the Justice Department, look, here's all this evidence that we've brought together. Now, Justice Department, you need to make the decision on whether you prosecute Donald Trump. But the Justice Department is proceeding very cautiously. For example, there were 4 people where there were recommendations for contempt of Congress charges. The Justice Department only moved against Bannon and one other advisor. And on Trump, it's the biggest deal, because when you go after Trump and when you give him charges, you know that all the Trumpists in America will scream witch hunt, they'll scream hoax, all the lines we've heard for years. So I think Justice Department wants to make sure that it has a rock solid case and that it is prepared for the consequences if indeed Donald Trump does face the prospect of prison finally.
Gosh, those consequences could be dire. Can we move on to President Biden at the moment, who is 79 years old and suffering from COVID? Your thoughts?
Well, it's terrible that anybody suffers from COVID. A lot of us have gone through this, but let me give you a comparison. Not to say that I'm completely reassured, but we're in a, I think, better position. Donald Trump had COVID. Do you remember that? In October of 2020. And Donald Trump was seriously ill, perhaps at risk of long-term impairment. He came back. The important thing is, while he was out of action, there was a process where Mike Pence took over. The important thing here is, from what we know, Joe Biden has probably the Omicron variant, which is less severe than what we suffered a couple of years ago. We don't think he's incapacitated. And meanwhile, Kamala Harris, the vice president, is the acting president if indeed Biden cannot serve for the next few days.
And yet, of course, the problem with this at his age is that it adds to the feeling, and there is a feeling that he's a bit too old, a bit too frail, not performing actually as a lot of people would want him to, and it compounds that, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I think let's just put COVID to the side for a moment. That just comes down in the end to whether Joe Biden effectively is on top of policy, whether he is able to communicate. Ronald Reagan served until he was almost until his late 70s, which is the same age Joe Biden was now. There were questions about Reagan at the end of his term, you might remember. And I think you have to be fair. If you're a Democrat, you can't wipe away those questions, but also you cannot give in to a whole series of propaganda we've heard for years about Sleepy Joe, that Joe supposedly had dementia. That's been something the Trump camp has whipped up. I think Biden is still on top of policy. I think because of a lifelong stammer, he doesn't communicate well at times. But let's put it this way. This is the most critical time, not only for America, but the world right now. America has stepped up to the plate on Ukraine. It's stepped up to the plate on some issues. Let's see if the Biden administration continues to step up to the plate on issues like the economy as we get into the run-up to 2024.
OK. Scott Lucas, good to talk to you, as always. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
I know there will be people watching and listening this morning who quite like Trump and would want to defend him. But I tell you what I struggle with President Trump, if I'm being absolutely brutally honest. I think there were some good things that he did. I think the meeting with Kim Jong-un was very important. I don't think any other president could have done that. It didn't go anywhere.
No, it didn't.
But the fact that those meetings took place, I thought, were absolutely remarkable. But he is someone who, from 12 months before the election, said, if I don't win, it's going to be down to voter fraud. And he set all this up and then refused
made
to...
Made it
Made it
true.
Now, that is problematic. Whatever you think of him, if you voted for him or not, if you're an American, that's problematic if it starts destroying democracy.
And to effectively incite a mob. It looked like insurrection. It was terrifying, actually, to see people storming the Capitol and yelling, let's find Pence and everything, and to make and apparently, according to the hearings yesterday, staffers inside the Capitol were ringing home and giving their love, thinking they were going to die. And that is just unacceptable, isn't it? It's completely wrong in a democratic society.
And actually, the vows that a president takes when they become president is to protect the Constitution, protect the American people, and this wasn't what happened.
No, it was terrifying.
But anyway, I'm sure some of you will have views which disagree with that, so get in touch. Love to hear from you. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
More to come, including are we heading for a Brexit bonfire? It's something that Liz Truss is apparently promising. More in a moment. First of all, though, here's your Saturday weather.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast where it's a sunny start in places and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of Western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but there are only a few showers reaching the parts of southeast and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:27, morning to you, and especially morning to you should you be listening to us on GB News Radio somewhere near Dover. where you may well already be in a significant queue. 6 hours of queuing yesterday trying to get across the channel. Absolute chaos.
And they're warning it's going to be as bad, if not worse, today.
Can you imagine? So what's the situation right now and what's causing it all? Let's talk to Simon Calder, travel editor at The Independent, who's down in Dover this morning. Simon, good to see you. So what is going on?
Well, actually, I mean, there's a line of trucks here. There's probably about 150, 200 behind those and another few hundred ahead of me, just looking down towards the port of Dover. But holiday traffic is actually flowing fairly smoothly. People are turning up with their UK stickers. They're overtaking the line of trucks here and going straight down into the port. Now, the port authorities believe that things are going to build up quite quickly. Typically, people will be starting off from their homes round about now and getting to the port at 8, 9, 10 o'clock, and that's when you get really high pressure, particularly on the first Saturday of the English and Welsh school holidays. Well, it's now almost 24 hours since Port of Dover put out that extraordinary statement saying that the French had woefully inadequately staffed their border controls, which of course take place on this side of the channel at Dover, and that they were ruining the holidays for British people.
But apparently the French have said the same thing, that we didn't send enough staff to their side of the channel. Yes?
Well, there's an awful lot of finger pointing that's going on, but actually the main problem is, of course, that we asked when we left the European Union to be treated as third country nationals. That's really significant because before, anybody who's been over to Calais or Dunkirk in the past 40 years, generally you just wave your passport out the window and they will wave you on. And in particular, if it gets really crowded, they have the opportunity just to wave car after car through. No, because we asked to be treated as third country nationals, effectively there's an external EU frontier just about a mile away from me down the hill, and every single passport has to be checked. They have to stamp the passport. They have to, theoretically, to check that you haven't spent more than 90 days in the past 180 days. They are supposed to ask to see if you've got a ticket back from France, if you've got enough money for your stay, if you've got accommodation. That's all stuff that we asked for. Now, obviously, it's a resourcing issue, and the Port of Dover say the French didn't staff things well enough, but there were always going to be problems because, of course, this time last year, there wasn't a great getaway because we'd invented Amber Plus, this extraordinary category which only France was in, which meant nobody went on holiday there because you had to self-isolate for 10 days when you came back.
Yeah, what happens logistically now, Simon, for those? I mean, did all the ferries actually get away yesterday, and is there going to be a backlog today?
Well, look, I'm looking down. There's ferries coming and going absolutely normally. And what's happening is, effectively, the ferry companies are saying, look, as soon as you're through, it doesn't matter what it says on your ticket, we will put you on the next available ferry on which we have space. So actually, that part of the system is working fairly well. The problem is, I think, going to reach a possible peak today. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope everything gets everyone gets to travel smoothly. But then tomorrow, and particularly into next week, it will ease off, and that will partly be because the demand from motorists, tens of thousands of people going away this weekend, will reduce. But also because I think some people will just think, well, we're not doing that. Let's go to Newhaven or Portsmouth or Poole or Plymouth, and we will sail from there across to France. So the problem will kind of sort itself out. But I tell you what, once the entry-exit system starts, and that's probably going to be sometime next year, things will get even slower because it's not just a matter of giving them a bunch of passports and getting them stamped. Everybody will have to have their fingerprints checked and their photos checked. And again, this isn't a case of Europe punishing us for leaving. It's because we asked for that to happen. We were involved in the entry-exit system in the early stages before we left the European Union, so we always knew what we were asking to be subject to.
But effectively, that means we are beholden to the French, whether we asked for it or not. We are beholden to them because it has to be a French official that does it. It's not as if we could help out with the staffing, is it?
And that has to be a European Union official. That's what we asked for. That's what we've got. The crucial issue is, well, are they having a go at us because they're not sending enough officers over? Was it just a massive mess up that will get sorted out? I mean, ultimately, it's a peak time. There were always going to be queues. That was a kind of given. What we didn't know was that they would build up so quickly. But the thing is, if at first light you haven't got enough people in and queues start building up, it takes a very, very long time, as so many people found out, to get through those. And the last hotel room, I understand, in Dover sold for £289, I understand.
Ouch, ouch. Quick word, Simon, on what your advice is then for anyone who's watching now who's planning on heading down to Dover later on today. What would you advise them to do?
Well, talk to your ferry company, or not necessarily talk to them, see what they're saying on social media. But basically, the idea is, be prepared for a long wait. Obviously, if you've got pets in the car, you need to be especially careful. And indeed, young children, take lots of water. And the peak is going to be very much in those kind of middle of the day hours. And so if you're travelling later this evening, you'll be fine. If you're actually listening to GB News on the radio and you are just coming down the hill behind me, then you're probably going to be okay, and that will probably carry on for the next couple of hours. After that, though, just grin and bear it, I'm afraid.
OK. Simon, good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Simon. He's never been so busy, Simon Calder, has he?
Non-stop, that
It's
man.
been, I mean, everything's been for the last year or so, travel, hasn't it? With the fact that we couldn't travel, and then there were certain countries you could travel to, all sorts of forms to fill in because of COVID. And now, when you'd think things were opening up again, it seems there are yet more problems.
I think it's the French having a go. Susan's got a fair point, though, this morning. Morning, Susan. You've always needed a kit with a triangle and a high-vis jacket when you're motoring in France. It's not a new thing. I think Stephen has got a bit confused.
It's a very long time since I ever drove in France.
It's a long time
didn't realise you
since
had
I've
to
done
have
it,
Yeah.
to be fair. But yeah, me getting confused, Susan, is not a new thing, but thanks for pointing out.
Ian says, why is anyone surprised at the French tactics again at the border during the holiday season? Why anyone wants to travel via or to France anymore is beyond me, unless you're a Ramona with a holiday home there, in which case you deserve all you get, says Ian. Boycott France and they'll soon mend their ways for the tourist pound. You can't really boycott France, so you can't get into the rest of Europe, can you?
To go get in somewhere else.
Well, yeah.
I guess. Pat says, don't go to France, boycott them, then they will realise. I know in some respects these attitudes are not overly helpful.
No.
But I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
What, you mean?
Just like...
Ding-dongs with the French, you mean?
Yeah. It's just like, I'm so fed up of being bullied over Brexit now. It's just like, I quite like the idea of, can I say, sticking a couple of fingers up and just going, oh.
I know what you mean. Vince says it's just another way of trying to punish us for leaving the EU. Let's just stop selling holidays to France and anything that uses their services. You'll soon see a change in their attitude when they realise what it does to their tourist industry.
Yeah. Stuart, I don't know if Stuart's right on this, he says when UK citizens travel to an EU country, we can no longer use the automatic passport reader gates. But when EU citizens arrive in the UK, we continue to allow them to use the same automatic passport gates. I've just been to Italy, and we could use them there. You've then got to go to somebody else who stamps your passport afterwards. But I did use them there. So I don't know if that's right, Stuart. But then again, with these things, it almost seems to change at every airport.
It does. It's different at every airport, yeah.
So...
I found that. When I arrived in, can't remember where it was now, but I thought, we're going to have to queue in the sort of... Others, yeah. It's anyone else. And we didn't. We were just waved through just like we used to be when we were in the EU. And I thought, that's rather healthy, that's rather nice. But The French aren't being quite so cooperative.
No, and Stuart's obviously had a different experience as well. Just to finish off on something nice and jolly, Lee says, keep up the good work. GB News is brilliant. So much different from other news channels where viewers don't get a say like your viewers do.
Oh, yes. Our viewers, we are the People's Channel.
Yes,
our viewers do get a say, and we will be talking to a couple of our viewers a bit later on in the programme as well. However, talking about something else that's a bit more happy is have a look at the way your dog wags its tail. Because we're going to be talking about this a bit later on, but the way dogs wag their tails tells us something. Basically, if they wag more to the right, they're more relaxed, they're more happy with you, they love you a bit more. And if they're wagging to the left, it means they're slightly uneasy about something. Apparently, it's true. And we will be finding out a bit more about that later on. So we would love to hear from you. And if you can, take a video of a dog wagging its tail, and we'll be able to... You asked a very good question earlier.
Did I?
Whether it's the dog's right or left, or your right or left when you're looking at it. And that's what I'm not quite sure of. My dog just does a windscreen wiper like that.
Yeah, both ways.
With the occasional twirl.
And if you've got a cat, like me...
Yeah, your cat was very funny last night.
But if they're pleased to see you, and I love it when Timmy does this, when you get home from work and he's been out all night, or half the night, and the tails go straight up.
Really?
And that's real affection.
That's a happy cat.
Yeah.
Is it?
Cat. If the tails go straight up.
Oh, that's worth knowing.
Yeah, it's really nice.
If you've got a cat with a tail straight up, take a picture, send it in. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, critics and union leaders are blasting Liz Truss's pledge to axe thousands of EU laws held after Brexit if she becomes PM. She said there'll be a red tape bonfire to boost economic growth and stimulate business investment.
Yeah, now the Trades Union Congress, the TUC, warns these cynical and reckless proposals threaten hard-won workers' rights. And economists say Truss's plan will fuel inflation, igniting austerity.
Well, let's talk to journalist and author Ross Clark, who joins us now from Cambridgeshire. Morning to you. I mean, look, are these complaints against Liz Truss's proposals justified or not?
Well, there would have been no point in Brexit if we didn't take advantage of the freedoms it gave us, both in signing new trade deals and in deregulation. So, I mean, it would be nonsense if the government of Liz Truss and other candidates for PM were not looking at removing some of these regulations. The trouble is that every government, as far back as I can remember, has tried to have a bonfire of red tape. And what happens in the end is, a few minor regulations go, but governments continue to load the statute book with even more regulations. And our record since Brexit has not been great. Far from deregulation, we've had sort of extra regulations loaded on people in businesses in the form of animal sentience bill and so on. So I really don't hold out much hope that we are going to have a genuine bonfire of red tape. But as to whether the union should be worried, I mean, working hours and working practices, paid holidays and so on are included in some of those EU regulations which we picked up over the period of our nearly 50-year membership. But at the same time, some of those are really quite popular with people. It's not that every EU regulation was silly and, talk about the sort of roaming charges for your mobile phone. I mean, who really wants to be ripped off when they go and use their mobile phone abroad? So I think Liz Truss will run into some difficulty in that, when she looks in detail at some of these regulations, actually, they're quite popular, and we would probably have introduced something very similar had we not been members of the EU. And the other thing is that throughout our membership, we used to get EU directives, and we then had to incorporate them into UK law, which we did via acts in Parliament. But the trouble is, what often used to happen is that Whitehall gold-plated those regulations, and we ended up with something far more sort of severe than what the EU was actually demanding. Sorting those sort of regulations out, you think, well, we might sort of do away with regulations on paternity leave, for example, but then you find, well, actually, they weren't EU demanded by the EU anyway. They were put in by Whitehall. So, I really don't think we're going to have this great bonfire of red tape. I mean, if I were a union leader, I wouldn't actually be privately that worried at all.
Do you think we're going to see a lot of this over the next few weeks while the two leadership hopefuls, sell their wares? Do you think we're going to hear a lot of slogans that actually mean very little and probably will never happen?
Well, of course we will. That's every election is like that. But I mean, if we look at some of the EU regulations that we really could do with doing away with, I mean, for example, 20 years ago, Britain had a very promising industry in genetically modified foods. Now that was effectively killed off by EU regulation. It made it very difficult to conduct trials in GM food. And the industry simply went elsewhere, to the States, to countries outside Europe, even though we ended up eating GM food anyway. But, again, I ask, really, if we hadn't been members of the EU at that time, would we really have, might we have passed similar rules here? I mean, you go back 20 years and you look at that sort of Frankenstein food headlines in the tabloids and so on, and you think, well, the move against GM foods was actually more severe here than perhaps throughout the rest of Europe. So
perhaps.
I'm not convinced we're going to end up with a sort of genuine bonfire of red tape, which is going to release businesses from red tape.
OK. Ross, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed. I get the impression it's not a bonfire of red tape, it's a bonfire of blue tape with yellow stars on it.
Yes.
And if you want to reintroduce it,
But isn't it interesting that if you dig down deep, it may well be, just as Simon Calder was saying about some of the travel restrictions, it may well be that it was our idea all along.
Maybe. Maybe. But at least, it's that whole thing about sovereignty, isn't it? If we voted for it in our House of Commons, then perhaps that's fine. It's all about that, isn't it? Making our own decisions. Anyway, look, let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. And we've got the newspapers heading your way in just a moment.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GBNews, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:48. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, let's take a look at today's front pages. Wish you weren't here, jokes the Daily Mail, as a 7-hour gridlock at Dover ruined the start to many families' holidays yesterday.
The Star also focuses on that. Are we nearly there yet? It asks, as travellers sat in nearly endless queues.
Meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, has told the French to fix the chaos at Dover, as the port chief warns it could last all summer.
Britain is facing a national emergency, says Rishi Sunak. He's warning of crises affecting the economy, the NHS and illegal immigration.
The Guardian is warning that Liz Truss's deadline to scrap all remaining EU regulations could bring a bonfire of rights.
Liz Truss's tax cuts could mean Britain face interest rates of up to 7%, according to her economy guru. The story in The Eye says families could face an extra £700 a month on their mortgages if it came to pass.
But voters back Liz Truss to beat Keir Starmer in a general election. That's according to the Daily Express. A poll last night gave her the edge over the Labour leader as to who would make the best Prime Minister. But they would, wouldn't they, in the Express?
Yeah, I guess so. Sales of London's priciest homes have hit their highest ever levels this year, according to the FT. 294 properties worth £5 million or more were sold in the 6 months to June.
And if that hasn't cheered you up, let me introduce you to the people who are going to help us look through the papers now. Former editor of the Daily Star, Dawn Neeson, and the deputy editor of Spiked Online, Fraser Myers. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Because otherwise you could be so dismal after hearing some of those
We're here to
headlines.
cheer you up. Oh, no, we're not reading the papers. Oh.
Yeah, I know.
Yes. Travel chaos and Dawn.
Thanks. Yes, good morning, Steve. And yes, let's talk. The papers today, like, it's either politics or travel chaos, isn't it? And there is nothing in between. There's no fun stories at all. And we have found one inside for you later, but we're not doing that. We're doing the front pages first. So I've gone for the front page of the Daily Mail because wish you weren't here actually sums up everything. I mean, the story is concentrating on the utter chaos on the roads at the moment, and particularly in Dover. I mean, there are how many of us hitting the roads this weekend? 18.8 million people are hitting the roads today and tomorrow. That's just stay here and watch the telly.
I wonder if a lot of them might have said, I'm not flying because I can't face the airport. We'll drive.
This is the thing, Anne. I mean, sort of, it says, page 6 and 7 of the Mail, then a spread on it. So the main image is of the queues of cars at Dover, which is appalling, obviously. But they've also got a piece on there's no end to airport queue chaos as well. So don't go to the airport, you've got a queue. And then also...
And train strikes.
And there's a train strike coming up next Wednesday and Saturday. So really, whatever you do, you're doomed. But, I mean, obviously, as you've been saying so eloquently, the travel chaos at Dover, this is the start of the school holidays, right? Families are desperate to get away, and kids sitting in these cars. I mean, the Daily Star's front page is quite fun with it. You know, are we nearly there yet? I mean, you know, the cry of every child stuck in a car on a long car journey, literally 5 minutes after you put them in it. But, I mean, it's like sitting in these kids. There was one chap saying, we've moved literally 50 metres in an hour trying to get through.
Oh, it would drive you mad.
It would drive you absolutely mad. And it's been declared as a critical incident. And now, look, I know it's bad, right? But everything is a critical incident these days, isn't it? The heat wave was Armageddon. This is a critical incident. I mean...
This in the heat wave would have been problematic.
Yes, but problematic.
Well, it would have been almost fatal for some,
Well, it could have been. But it's the language we're using around it as well, which makes it sound, you know, just completely horrific. But, I mean, this is obviously, you know, we always blame the French. We're British, that's what we do. But, I mean, it's like the French have got 12 border control booths there, only 6 of which they've manned. And Dover are saying, look, we're prepared for this. All our booths are open. Why aren't the French doing the same? And the French are saying it's down to an unforeseeable technical incident.
What's technical about it?
Unexplained, yeah.
No, it's like the start of the summer holidays. I mean, evidently there was a small glitch in the tunnel that caused this problem. I really no.
The staff at Dover have also said that they saw the staffing plans and were, their jaws hit the floor when they saw how few staff were going to be sent to these booths. So then, to say it's a technical incident seems a bit of a rubbish excuse. And, as you said, this is the start of the summer holidays. It's also probably the first time a lot of people have got away since COVID. Exactly. This is there's more demand than there's ever been for travel. This is going to be, even if you take away, the people going abroad, this is apparently going to be the biggest, busiest day on the roads for over a decade.
Yeah, I mean...
What I don't understand is why is the French border at Dover? Why isn't it at Calais?
Hasn't it always been?
It has. It's the Le Touquet agreement.
It would make more sense if it were at Calais, because we could actually then put our holidaymakers on the ferries, they'd go to Calais, and then the problem would be Calais.
The ferries are actually sailing empty. I mean, the ferries are still operating normally, but they're empty because no one can get on them because they're in this gridlock.
Whereas if we let people get on them and then the French border control had to deal with them at Calais, it would be their problem and they would have to deal with them.
And they'd have all 12 booths manned then, I bet.
Yes, that's
right. So, Lucy, you were going to explain what...
Well, yeah, so we've had this agreement in place for quite a long time. It's called the Le Touquet agreement. And the idea is actually to make it more efficient because then you just have one set of checks. And then once you've gone past the UK border, the French border, then you can just roll off the ferry and you don't have to worry about it. So, something that was designed to be more efficient and has been probably until today is now breaking down.
Do you think there's a tiny bit of the French going, well, you did Brexit, this is our way of getting you back?
Tiny bit.
That's what everybody thinks.
A lot of it.
Well,
The border staff at Dover are saying that the French are being overly officious despite having so few staff. So, maybe there's a little bit of that. Maybe there's a bit of resentment of having to invest more money in the extra checks. I mean, there are extra checks that are needed now that we've left the EU, but I'm sure the French are not happy about having to...
Brian says, I don't understand why the Brits put up with the French and all the strokes they've pulled over the years with delays at the port of Calais. There are other ports that could be used, like Belgium, for instance, and other countries. They may be a longer trip than Dover to Calais, but let's get a grip and stick it to the French. It's time they felt the pain.
Well, we don't seem to be having the problem with the ferries or the ports going to Spain or Belgium or Holland, do we?
No,
just saying.
We don't.
No, we don't.
We don't. Meanwhile, despite the heat at the moment, Liz Truss is planning, Fraser, a big bonfire.
Yeah, she's calling this a kind of bonfire of regulations, and her critics call it a kind of bonfire of rights and workers' rights. It's interesting. What Liz Truss is actually proposing is to have a sunset clause on all EU regulation that can't be justified if it's not promoting growth, if it's perhaps stalling growth, it needs to be got rid of. This is actually the plan that the current government has in place, so it's not even necessarily an original idea. What Liz Truss is proposing is to do it 2 years earlier than is currently planned. Probably a bit unwise because, you're talking about thousands and thousands of pieces of legislation.
Or starting the process early.
Yeah. I mean, so I think it's a good idea. I don't think that, in principle, it's a good idea. I don't think that we should just keep EU regulations for the sake of ease. There are definitely some of them which are holding back growth. There are definitely some areas where we want to diverge from the EU to kind of take advantage of the freedom of Brexit. But I also don't quite agree with the sort of trade union response that this is going to mean a bonfire of workers' rights. The EU has never been a haven of workers' rights. The EU is a kind of capitalist club, really. It's a haven of bosses' rights. It often undermines workers' rights by essentially, allowing companies to undercut each other, using agency staff from the lowest paid countries, but shifting them to a higher paid country to reduce wages. So I just don't buy this kind of caricature that Britain is going to be this, low rent, horrible, workhouse factory place after we've left the EU.
Well, I don't know. According to Rishi Sunak, Britain's facing a national emergency.
Just making some notes on this one.
How is being this negative good for a leadership?
Yes, it's an odd thing to say.
Actually, you've just done my paper review of... Oh, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's the front page of the Times. It's an interview with Rishi Sunak, dishy or fishy, depending on your point of view. And the leadership hopeful has started by saying we are facing a national emergency because we have crisis with the economy, NHS backlogs and illegal migration. Says a man that's been part of the government responsible for it for the past 12 years. And that's not political, by the way. We don't have an opposition either. And he's announcing he's going to this national crisis is going to appoint a task force to sort it all out, and where have we had that before, and how much more money is that going to cost? And it's all doom and gloom. As you say, Stephen, how is that a way to start? Like, vote for me, I'm Rishi, who pops up like a little meerkat, doesn't he? I'm Rishi, vote for me, vote for me. And it's like, how is that even selling it, really? It's all doom and gloom.
You've got to campaign on a more positive
I
note,
would have thought so.
That's how you get votes.
So, you know what? And Liz Truss's allies, Liz Truss basically, have said you're running Project Fear all over again. And it is. It feels like Project Fear.
And it's not good for any of us.
No, it's not.
We don't want to hear things like that.
No.
Dawn, Fraser, we're out of time.
Oh.
But we will...
But you'll be back.
Yes, but you can do it in the
But you'll be
next
back,
hour.
don't worry. There's plenty more to talk about.
Yes, there is. So don't go anywhere. We're back in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Disruption at Dover, another day of gridlock expected as a war of words breaks out between Britain and France over who's to blame.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK, and if you're setting off on a car journey for your summer holiday today, well, good luck. But take us with you because, of course, we're on the radio as well.
And you're going to need what we tell you, I think, coming up, if you're in the car planning to get away. Because it is officially underway, the getaway. 19 million cars hit the road this weekend. More delays at Dover are expected, though, after ferry passengers queued for up to 6 hours yesterday. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says the situation was entirely avoidable and unacceptable and demanded the French sort it out. But we will, of course, keep you up to date with everything you need to know if you're on your way.
Well, as part of her leadership campaign, Liz Truss has pledged to hold a Brexit red tape bonfire reviewing every EU law still retained by the UK.
Meanwhile, Rishi Sunak says the country is facing a national emergency, warning of a crisis in the economy, the NHS and illegal migration.
Donald Trump's former advisor Steve Bannon faces jail after being found guilty of contempt of Congress after refusing to appear before the US Capitol riots hearing and providing key documents.
And have you noticed which way your dog wags its tail? Well, maybe you should have a look, because new research suggests that they wag to the right if they love you. My dog appears to wag both ways.
Both ways? Loves you.
Entirely equidistant.
Loves me not. Loves me,
Yeah,
loves
yeah,
me not.
exactly. She's a bit like that.
Anyway, get in touch with your dog videos and your thoughts on everything we're covering today. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Just want to start with a message from Paul, because Paul, I agree with you wholeheartedly, talking about barbecues earlier on, what's in and what's out, and apparently, you know, burgers, sausages, iceberg lettuce, crisps are all out, and now you have to have homemade burgers, brioche buns, skewered vegetables, and all this homemade coleslaw and all that sort of thing.
Grilled halloumi.
Paul says, why must they try and posh up things? We normal folk have been happily getting on for years. Burgers are about structure. Iceberg lettuce and cheese slices are crucial to you not getting it down your front as you perch on a dodgy garden chair. These articles remind me of the you and non-you list that the Mitford sisters had, where saying toilet or serviette meant you were common.
Absolutely true.
Totally agree.
Actually, my son makes his own burgers, but he insists that you have to have the very processed sliced cheese on the top, because real cheese, I mean really good cheese, it doesn't do the same thing. The processed slice just goes there, like a sort of covering, which is what you... Yeah, it's
plastic
sort of,
cheese is what we used to call it.
Plastic cheese is what you want on a burger if you're doing a barbecue. Definitely right.
Yeah.
And Carol says, we're watching from France. Good morning. Where we've lived for almost 8 years. We love brioche buns for burgers. They're not as sweet as a brioche loaf, but they've got just enough sweetness to bring a great flavour, especially if you griddle or grill it slightly first. I can see that would work, because that would bring out the sugar in it and make it caramelly.
Oh, it's no good for me, though. No good for me. I mean, I buy... You can buy bread now with no added sugar in it.
Yeah.
Which I'm kind of...
How do they get it to rise with no sugar at all? You need a bit of sugar to get the yeast working, don't you?
Oh, I suppose you do. Yeah, don't know. Talking of France, where Carol is, Dusty says France is being its usual immature, childish, spiteful self. The solution is easy to the Dover problem. Oh, Dusty. Stop all fishing licences immediately and the backlog will be gone by lunchtime. We have to punish their childish spitefulness or they will never learn and always do it.
It's so sad, isn't it, as we go into holiday season, where most people love driving across to France and enjoying the wine and the cheese and all the rest of it, or the good life, I suppose, that France can offer you in the sunshine. It's so sad that we've started off now on a negative and that we've ended up sort of trading insults, I suppose, with the French. It's no way forward, is it?
If you want to upset the French, as a lot of you seem to want to do this morning, drive over there and then ask them if they have any... When you go somewhere for a nice burger, ask them if they have any plastic cheese.
Yes.
That'll upset them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Keep your thoughts coming through. I'm struggling with these views this morning.
Why?
Glasses. I got some new glasses for the wedding,
Yeah.
and all the arms all went horrible. So I said, can you get me some... This is no good. You're going to have to give me some new frames. So they give me these, but these frames are the same as my old pair. So anyway...
The lenses are prescription lenses.
So, so they're the same prescription, but they're varifocals, and they're difficult to make. Yeah. And as a result, I can't read properly.
Does it make you feel a bit woozy going from one to the other? You have to get used to that.
You get used to that, but they haven't worked in this prescription my sort of reading length. So
well, we won't mind if you read them out like that at all.
So as a result, I can't really read things very well. Phone, computer, terrible. I've made an appointment to head back on
I was going to say that would be bad for you.
I've just sent them an email this morning saying, please, can I come back to Specsavers on Monday and sort these out? And they will. They'll be very helpful, I'm sure. But it's...
something's not right.
It's a nightmare.
Is it because of where they're sitting on your nose?
I don't think so, because even if I look right at the bottom, I can't get the focal length right for reading. So I just don't think they've got it in.
No, well, that's because that's printed badly. That's printed badly. It's doing it to me.
But it's the same on my phone and laptop and everything. It's a nightmare today. So if you see me doing this a lot...
Poor lad. You see him looking a bit confused.
See, that we're talking yesterday about what makes you feel old. Varifocals. When they say, I think you need varifocals, then I felt old.
Yeah, I can imagine.
What can you do?
Have them lasered.
Is that what you did?
About 10 years ago, had them lasered. Oh. Yeah.
I just thought you were too vain to wear glasses.
Yeah, well, I was. That's why I had them lasered. I was on the telly and I was I was reviewing the newspapers on a programme, and to actually read from the newspaper, I had to keep putting my glasses on.
Yeah.
And that's when I thought, I don't like this. And so I went to a man and he lasered them.
Ooh, I'd be too scared to do it. That's the thing.
Worked for me.
Well, we
But
might
the
see.
people I went with,
Recommend it. We might. Was it a random man?
No, it wasn't a random man. He's the sort of professor, quite a well-known professor. What does it?
Oh right.
Yeah.
Oh,
and no, it worked for me. Anyway, there you go.
Oh, well.
You had yours lasered. What do you think?
Yes, get in touch. GBViews at GB News. I might be persuadable.
Well, you like
a
a you like a gadget,
I
don't
do
you?
like a gadget, but it's scared.
It is, but your eyes. I know it's a big decision to make.
Anyway, look, we're nice to have a chat through some nice, jolly things. Let's move to the grimness of the news agenda today, because travellers using Dover face another day of long delays.
Yeah, yesterday passengers faced up to 6 hours of queues in bumper-to-bumper traffic as they waited to board those ferries for France. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss blamed France for failing to man border posts and demanded that they sort it out.
Yeah, she said this awful situation should have been entirely avoidable and is unacceptable. We need action from France to build up capacity at the border to limit any further disruption for British tourists.
And in a more scathing attack, Brexit Opportunities Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg said British holidays are being sabotaged by France's incompetence at the borders. These controls were long planned and their failed introduction will hit the French economy and British families alike.
Well, if you're heading to Dover this morning and you're listening to GB News Radio in the car, get in touch if you've got a passenger who can email us and let us know what you're dealing with this morning. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Meanwhile, Simon Calder, the travel editor for The Independent, was in Dover for us this morning with what the situation is like right now.
Actually, I mean, there's a line of trucks here. There's probably about 150, 200 behind those and another few hundred ahead of me, just looking down towards the port of Dover. But holiday traffic is actually flowing fairly smoothly. People are turning up with their UK stickers. They're overtaking the line of trucks here and going straight down into the port. Now, the port authorities believe that things are going to build up quite quickly. Typically, people will be starting off from their homes round about now and getting to the port at 8, 9, 10 o'clock, and that's when you get really high pressure, particularly on the first Saturday of the English and Welsh school holidays. Well, it's now almost 24 hours since Port of Dover put out that extraordinary statement saying that the French had woefully inadequately staffed their border controls, which of course take place on this side of the channel at Dover, and that they were ruining the holidays for British people.
But apparently the French have said the same thing, that we didn't send enough staff to their side of the channel. Yes?
Well, there's an awful lot of finger pointing that's going on, but actually the main problem is, of course, that we asked when we left the European Union to be treated as third country nationals. That's really significant because before, anybody who's been over to Calais or Dunkirk in the past 40 years, generally you just wave your passport out the window and they will wave you on. And in particular, if it gets really crowded, they have the opportunity just to wave car after car through. No, because we asked to be treated as third country nationals, effectively there's an external EU frontier just about a mile away from me down the hill, and every single passport has to be checked. They have to stamp the passport. They have to, theoretically, to check that you haven't spent more than 90 days in the past 180 days. They are supposed to ask to see if you've got a ticket back from France, if you've got enough money for your stay, if you've got accommodation. That's all stuff that we asked for. Now, obviously, it's a resourcing issue, and the Port of Dover say the French didn't staff things well enough, but there were always going to be problems because, of course, this time last year, there wasn't a great getaway because we'd invented Amber Plus, this extraordinary category which only France was in, which meant nobody went on holiday there because you had to self-isolate for 10 days when you came back.
Yeah, what happens logistically now, Simon, for those I mean, did all the ferries actually get away yesterday? And is there going to be a backlog today?
Well, look, I'm looking down. There's ferries coming and going absolutely normally. And what's happening is, effectively, the ferry companies are saying, look, as soon as you're through, it doesn't matter what it says on your ticket, we will put you on the next available ferry on which we have space. So actually, that part of the system is working fairly well. The problem is, I think, going to reach a possible peak today. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope everyone gets to travel smoothly. But then tomorrow, and particularly into next week, it will ease off, and that will partly be because the demand from motorists, tens of thousands of people going away this weekend, will reduce. But also because I think some people will just think, well, we're not doing that. Let's go to Newhaven or Portsmouth or Poole or Plymouth, and we will sail from there across to France. So the problem will kind of sort itself out. But I tell you what, once the entry-exit system starts, and that's probably going to be sometime next year, things will get even slower, because it's not just a matter of giving them a bunch of passports and getting them stamped. Everybody will have to have their fingerprints checked and their photos checked. And again, this isn't a case of Europe punishing us for leaving. It's because we asked for that to happen. We were involved in the entry-exit system in the early stages before we left the European Union, so we always knew what we were asking to be subject to.
But effectively, that means we are beholden to the French, whether we asked for it or not. We are beholden to them because it has to be a French official that does it. It's not as if we could help out with the staffing, is it?
And that has to be a European Union official. That's what we asked for. That's what we've got. The crucial issue is, well, are they having a go at us because they're not sending enough officers over? Was it just a massive mess up that will get sorted out? I mean, ultimately, it's a peak time. There were always going to be queues. That was a kind of given. What we didn't know was that they would build up so quickly. But the thing is, if at first light you haven't got enough people in and queues start building up, it takes a very, very long time, as so many people found out, to get through those. And the last hotel room, I understand, in Dover sold for £289, I understand.
Ouch, ouch. Quick word, Simon, on what your advice is then for anyone who's watching now who's planning on heading down to Dover later on today. What would you advise them to do?
Well, talk to your ferry company, or not necessarily talk to them, see what they're saying on social media. But basically the idea is, be prepared for a long wait. Obviously, if you've got pets in the car, you need to be especially careful. And indeed, young children, take lots of water. And the peak is going to be very much in those kind of middle of the day hours. And so if you're travelling later this evening, you'll be fine. If you're actually listening to GB News on the radio and you are just coming down the hill behind me, then you're probably going to be okay, and that will probably carry on for the next couple of hours. After that, though, just grin and bear it, I'm afraid.
OK.
Grin and bear it. But, it's the holidays. We shouldn't have to grin and bear it, should we?
No, you shouldn't.
You should have, an excited family in the car looking forward to your holidays, and instead it's going to start really with quite a lot of difficulty.
Yeah, particularly, frustrating for the parents, even sort of worse having to placate the children on top of it all.
Mm.
Oh, dear me, if that's you, if you're either heading there, or thinking of going over the next few days or weeks even, get in touch. Love to hear what your plans are.
Yeah, take Simon's advice as well, is take water, lots of water, and maybe a pot. You know the sort of pot I mean. Well, you've got to, haven't you?
Yes, you do.
Stuck for hours in a car.
Yes, you do.
With children.
Oh, dear, there's a thought.
Or the dog.
There's a thought. Oh, how do you get... Well, the dog, that's another matter entirely.
Yeah, it is.
We're going to be talking dogs a little bit later on. Now, on to politics for you, because critics and union leaders are blasting Liz Truss's promise to axe thousands of EU laws held after Brexit if she becomes PM. She says there'll be a red tape bonfire that will boost economic growth and stimulate business investment.
TUC is not terribly impressed, though. They're warning that these moves are sort of cynical and reckless, and they will threaten hard-won workers' rights. Economists also saying Truss's plan will fuel inflation, igniting austerity.
Well, meanwhile, in the race for number 10, Rishi Sunak is warning we are facing a national emergency with a crisis in the NHS, a crisis in the economy, and a crisis with illegal immigration.
It's not a great look. Chris Curtis is head of political polling at Opinion Research and joins us now from Milton Keynes. Hello, a very good morning to you. I must say, if you look at both of the Tory leaders at the moment, or the ones who want to be Tory leader, both of them are sort of spelling misery and chaos at the moment, aren't they?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's particularly fair or particularly unfair of the direction that we're heading in. But what I would say is that at the very least, we are heading towards a winter which is going to be very hard for a lot of people. Most people in this country are going to see their costs go up. For many, that's going to be incredibly difficult. But for most of us, we're going to feel that hurt in our pockets. It's going to be harder to go on holiday this year, or it's going to be harder to get those things in life that we'd quite like to be able to buy but might struggle to buy this time round. And that's potentially going to be followed next year by an economic recession. All of these points I make just to say that this was always going to be a really tough year for the Conservative Party to be in government, given those hard financial situations. So to be spending this time sort of going in with a leader who has been kicked out because he became incredibly unpopular, and spending this time having a leadership race where you're not really necessarily speaking to voters out there in the country, but speaking to your own members, I don't think it's a good look for the Tories.
No, I mean, this sort of negative campaigning, which we're seeing particularly from Rishi Sunak this morning, I mean, traditionally that isn't a vote winner, is it? People want a positive message to cling on to.
Yeah, that's certainly true. I think that we sort of have imported from the US this idea that, and psychology, I think a lot of the time, that being negative is a lot better than being positive. But based on all of the research I've done and worked on in politics, actually, most of the time those negative messages don't work so well, because the thing that you're criticising your opponent for, you usually get a response like, well, all politicians are like that anyway, so why am I going to judge them for being like that? And your best bet is usually to actually try and set out a positive vision for what you want for the country.
Yeah, I mean, Rishi Sunak has given a big interview to The Times today. He probably won't like the front page headline, Britain facing national emergency, says Sunak, because what he is saying inside is that he's going to put the government on crisis footing. But he actually does admit that the government has had a very dodgy record in the last couple of years, and that he will do better. But it's his government, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's Liz Truss's government as well, but this is fundamentally the problem that Rishi Sunak's got. What's the biggest problem facing the country? It's the economy. What's Rishi Sunak's vision for the economy? Something different to what the government was doing on the economy before. What's the problem with that argument? He was running the economy before. So he's finding it incredibly difficult to say, I'll do things differently on the economy, when he was responsible for a lot of the decisions that are quite unpopular with a lot of people. Lots of people don't think that he did enough in response to the cost of living crisis. But I think most importantly, lots of people, particularly within the Conservative Party, think it was the wrong decision to put up that national insurance rise. And Liz Truss is saying she'll get rid of it. Rishi Sunak is not just saying he'll keep it, but I think most people would accept that he was responsible for putting it in place in the first place.
Yeah. Look, what's the latest polling saying amongst Conservative Party members, those people who are going to have a vote?
Well, as things currently stand, Liz Truss is going into this race with quite a commanding lead. I think roughly 20 points in the most recent poll. Somebody would have to double check that. But the point is, it's an incredibly confident lead, which is now going to be very difficult for Rishi Sunak to come back from. The other stats in that are quite interesting is level of trust. Lots of people say that lots of Conservative Party members say that they don't particularly trust Rishi Sunak, potentially because he was one of the ones who sort of didn't end up, moved against Boris Johnson at that last moment, which ended up bringing him down. So I mean, we'll see what happens on the Monday night debate. Maybe that is going to be a game changer. But, we've seen in the previous debates that Rishi Sunak has tended to perform better than Liz Truss has. But as things currently stand, it looks much more likely that Liz Truss is going to be our next Prime Minister than Rishi Sunak is.
Okay.
We shall see. Yes, thank you for that.
Yeah. How's the weather in glorious Milton Keynes today, Chris?
Oh, it's brilliant. Best city, about to be the best city in the country. That's what I've always said.
Yeah, will be. Chris, thank you very much indeed.
It's nice to be proud of where you live, isn't it?
Very good MK community.
MK. Milton Keynes, yeah.
Nice thing about Milton Keynes is if you need something doing, if you want to go to an optician or a chiropodist or whatever, all those sort of things, it's all MK. You can go to MK Feet or MK Eyes or MK this or MK that. So it's really cool.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was lots of roundabouts and you kept going round and round and round.
It is. It's interesting about Milton Keynes. It's got a very bad rep amongst the rest of the country because people who've never been. There's a town centre, which is basically a shopping centre, and then everything else is little villages.
Oh, all right.
All connected with dual carriageways.
Lots of facilities. I know that. When my kids were young, we often drove there for all of these sort of fun things you could do.
Yeah.
Like parachuting, but not parachuting. You know.
The sky.
The flying in the tube of air, whatever it was called.
So there's
good fun.
So there's all that. It's a lovely.
Haven't you got a ski slope there?
Yeah, it's in the same place.
It's the same place. Yeah, that's right. Well, we've spent many happy hours in Milton Keynes, and you can park as well, which is wonderful. Anyway, nice to hear. Good for Milton Keynes. Now, Prince Harry has won permission to legally challenge a government decision that has denied him police protection whilst in Britain.
Now, of course, he is the Queen's grandson. He did get the full police protection generally given to the royals before he stepped back from royal duties and moved to the US in 2020.
But now the Home Office, the UK ministry responsible for policing immigration and security, they decided that Harry would stop receiving personal police security whilst in Britain, even if he were to cover the cost himself. Well, to discuss this a bit further and find out what's going to happen next, we're joined by Chris Phillips, former head of the National Counter-Terrorism Office. Very good morning to you. Lovely to talk to you.
Good morning,
it's fair. Most people would understand that once you walk away from royal life and stop doing royal duties, you can't really expect the police protection afforded to a working royal. But why is the Home Office so against Prince Harry paying for it?
Well, that is an interesting one, actually. I mean, you do have to start with, is there a threat? And listen, he is still considered really by the world a top-tier royal, whether we like it or not. But also he fought in Afghanistan, so there'll be a lot of extreme Islamic terrorists maybe that would like to do him some harm, and of course, his mother was tragically died after losing her police protection. So I think all these three things to come together, and you start looking at it and thinking, well, there is a threat. He does need some help, and whoever supplies it is the big issue, whether it's his own personal security that he pays for himself or the UK police.
So what's the difference between, I mean, he's willing to cough up the money, so that's fair enough, but what is the difference between getting proper police security, the Royal Protection Detail, or bringing his own people over with him?
Well, as we saw with his mother, the security, you have to rely on individual companies and people that maybe aren't as well trained as the police guys. And I think for his own peace of mind, he would like to have policing. And of course, police officers are able to do things that normal members of the public, which of course private security guards can't do. So I can understand his point completely, but also from the British taxpayers' side, should we be paying for his protection?
Well, that debate has sort of already happened, hasn't it? And he has, in the end, concluded that he would pay for it himself, but he's not even being allowed that. And the attitude seems to be from the Home Office that our police are not for hire. And you can sort of understand that too, but isn't he a special case, just as you've outlined? And wouldn't it be fair enough to just let him pay for it?
Yeah, I think I think he is a special case, actually, but there are concerns with numbers of officers that would be required. Actually, having close protection for someone like Prince Harry, and his family, don't forget, is a huge undertaking, and you have to supply lots and lots of officers to do that. Now, of course, when he's in the UK, he'll probably be living in Frogmore, which is already a secured environment. But then every time they go out, there needs to be some kind of police officer or police team, actually, that goes with them. And that is a huge undertaking.
Well, it sort of is. But what I don't understand, Chris, is if he was a member of the royal family, that would be provided anyway. There wouldn't even be a second thought about that. So it's not as if he would be taking up resources that he wouldn't have taken up had he still been a working royal.
Yeah, and I think the key point here is that he left and is now no longer a top-tier royal. And of course, we've got many members of the royal family that are not protected, as well as the top tier that are. And I think this is the big issue here is, he's not in the top tier, although he probably should be. And that's the key point here.
Can I just ask about arms? Because I imagine the special security detail that is given to top-tier royals would be armed, wouldn't they? And maybe if he paid for a private security company, they wouldn't be allowed to be armed? Is that an issue?
That's exactly right. And, of course, police officers doing close protection are firearms officers and have guns with them and the availability of guns, but also the support of other police officers as well, so they can call on more support when required. A private company wouldn't be allowed to carry guns in the UK and wouldn't necessarily have the ability to call on further support. And of course, let's be quite honest here. There's 4 members of that family that would have to be protected, and this is, there is big implications for the police in having to have another family added to their patrols, their security detail.
So if you were advising on what steps should be taken, would you allow him to have that close protection and pay, even if he has to pay for it himself, or would you be someone who would turn around and say, actually, no?
Well, you do have to look at the threat. And yes, listen, he was a soldier. He's the Queen's grandson. There is a big threat against him and his family. So, yes, he does need protection. The police are the best people to do that. But there is an enormous cost. It's not just a few quid here and there. We're talking 15 or 16 police officers would be detailed to that family consistently. And do we have the resources? Well, of course, the police do, but we're asking a lot of them as well. So I think my own view would be, yes, whilst he's in the UK, it should be supplied by the UK authorities.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Chris, really good to
very
talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
And we'd love to hear what you think about that as well. GBviews at gbnews.uk. I must say, at first I thought, no, he should bring his own security people, but I can sort of see his point of view the more it's explained. And as you were saying, if he had stayed in Britain and was doing some royal duties,
He'd
get it anyway, yeah. So the police would have to provide it. And if he's offering to pay for it, even if it's an enormous amount of money, which it clearly would be, then why not give it to him?
I sort of think it's one of those things, if anything happened to him over here or to any member of the family, or particularly the children, there would be an outcry of saying, why wasn't more done?
No. And as we heard there, of course, you forget that his mother she didn't have her police protection, and look what happened to her. Love to hear your views.
Yeah, it is interesting. He may not be popular, but that doesn't mean he shouldn't be protected.
Exactly.
We've got much more to come, including all the sport with Aidan, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere, with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up, and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast, where it's a sunny start in places, and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest, and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of Western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but there are only a few showers reaching the parts of southeast and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:34, very nearly 7:35. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you.
And let's find out what's happening in this world of sport. Aidan McGee is here. Hello there.
Morning, how are you?
It's all football, is it? No, cricket as well.
We got some cricket today. Yeah, it was
good news?
Pardon? Yeah, it was good news, actually. Yeah, I mean, lots of the focus in terms of England has been on the Test game in the last couple of years. We saw that bad period before Christmas when they lost the Ashes, but they bounced back recently. We've seen the one-day international take a back seat over the last couple of years with COVID and everything. They've been forced to train in biosecure environments. A lot of the players haven't been available because they've been having their schedules restricted. We've had 24 one-day internationals in the last 3 years. I mean, it's just not very many at all. Anyway, they were skittled out yesterday. England was set a target of 201 yesterday at Old Trafford. It was one of those day-night matches. Yesterday was a full house up there. It was really, really good. And then they produced a bowling performance to get them out of trouble. They were, as I say, it was reduced to 29 overs because of the time restriction. But yeah, it's against South Africa. It means the series is squared at 1-1, and they go to Headingley tomorrow at 11 o'clock. But yeah, it was a triple bowling effort by Reece Topley, David Willey and Sam Curran. Josh Butler out in the field as well. So give us some hope. And it's a different kind of cricket. You know, we've seen a lot of the Test game recently, whereas the one-day thing is under the lights as well. I mean, cricket under the lights is a relatively recent thing.
Yeah.
And a good performance yesterday by England, excellent.
Exactly good.
And the women's football is doing very well.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it all comes down to the showdown on Tuesday, which is England against Sweden. It's going to be a sold-out Bramwell Lane in Sheffield, and that's because Sweden left it late last night, but they did score in the 92nd minute against Belgium up at Lee. That's one of the smaller venues around near Manchester City's training ground. So it was a bit of a to-do at the beginning of the tournament, saying it was a bit too small for the Women's World Cup. It's really gathered momentum since then, but as I say, it's going to be in a big stadium on Tuesday. And England have been, it was an interesting story in the Mail, actually, saying that they've been practising with, if I can find the article, ABBA, pizza and a trolley of treats.
Oh.
So they've gained momentum as time goes. Yeah, they celebrate. They had a karaoke session. Exactly. Well, the manager's been the newly appointed manager, Serena Weigmann. She's been very keen on the players enjoying themselves after their victory. So they beat Norway 8-0 the other week, and there was a lot of criticism around that because Norway were 11th in the world and it was deemed to be not competitive. So a comfortable win for England in that one. As I say, they've built off as they've gone along, but they've been sure to celebrate every time they've produced a victory.
Got to keep morale high, haven't you?
Yeah, it has, absolutely. But Tuesday's really important because Sweden are going to be the opponents, and Sweden generally seem to be the best in Europe. I mean, there are challenges within Europe as well. Germany are very good. They're still in the tournament. France and Holland play tonight at 8 o'clock. US are very, very good, but obviously it's the Euros, so they're not involved this time. So it's a real opening for England. But Sweden are the team they're the team to beat. As I say, the pre-tournament favourites, and it comes down to Sheffield. And Sweden are saying they're going to need a real plan to beat England, because playing England anywhere in the world is different to playing them in Sheffield in front of a rarefied crowd on a Tuesday evening when the whole country's behind them. And as I say, it's a sellout.
Look, we're a little bit tight for time this morning, Ed, but tell us about Woody.
Woody? Oh, yeah, my brother Liam, he's got a dog called Woody. We should see some footage in a minute. Now, I should explain that Liam, my brother, he's a real dog. He's dog mad. They used to call him Mad Dog McGee at school. My dad used to call him Dr. Doolittle because he used to talk to the animals. And so you can see Woody there. You can see, I think we just missed him, wagging his tail there.
Yes, we're looking at the way dogs wag their tails.
Yeah, I still think he's growing. He's 22 months old. I mean, that's normally that's not normally a full-size Alsatian. But he gets up at 5 o'clock in the morning and walks him and trains him. He has the sort of meticulous approach to training a dog that you might have if you were in the police or something. He's really keen on it because, I mean, I guess you can't, when you've got young children, he's got 3 children, you can't let a dog like that walk around if it's not trained properly. So
does he know anything about this tail wagging?
No, I sent him the link yesterday. about yesterday. He wasn't aware when I spoke to him yesterday about how the dog or the wagging of the tail might affect the.
Well, it's the happiness and their contentment is whether they wag more to the right.
Oh, I see.
Wag more to the left.
Yeah, I don't think I believe it, because Woody clearly adores his owner.
Yeah,
yes,
very
he was wagging to the left.
Do you think he was? But it was
he was on the move. He was on the move as well, wasn't he?
Yeah. But it was his right.
No, it's his left.
He couldn't get him to stay still. That's the problem.
It's our right, his left.
Oh, OK.
Yeah, but anyway, he's really added to his life. Woody lives around cats as well as children. So he's been a great addition to the family, and I think he's got a little bit more growing to do. But yeah, Liam's just one of those people who, some people have just got away with animals, haven't they? I'm not a dog person, but Liam, I would describe him as dog mad. Mad Dog McGee.
Mad Dog McGee. Morning, Liam. Morning, Woody. Oh, well, we're going to be talking to an expert a little bit later on and find out what all that means, if anything at all.
Yes, exactly.
And Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later as well.
Absolutely.
More to come, of course, including a look through the papers with Dawn Leeson and Fraser Myers. Back in a moment.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Morning to you. Just a quick one from Steve about my glasses.
Oh, yes.
Who says, pop into Poundland, pick up a pair of reading glasses, they work great. No. But actually, I've got the wrong prescription for that, because I've got an astigmatism, so I can't just wear...
Oh, you're such a complicated individual.
Very complicated. My eyes are not round. They're like rugby balls.
Is that... really?
Mm.
Gosh.
So that's what astigmatism. So
The actual pupil?
No, the actual eyeball.
Oh.
You can't see it.
No, I'm just staring into your eyes. I want to stare into your eyes, Stephen.
Yeah, so that's how it works with astigmatism. So you can't see horizontal and vertical at the same time.
So you can't see horizontal and vertical at the same time.
Without
His eyes are the
special
shape of rugby balls, and his glasses this morning mean that he can't read. Means that he can't read. So we're in a right tiz this morning.
Apart from that.
Yeah, apart from that, we're fine.
Very, very well.
Absolutely.
I'm going to wear different glasses tomorrow.
We are joined by the former editor of the Daily Star, Dawn Neeson, and the deputy editor of Spiked Online, Fraser Myers. So what have you been finding for us in the newspapers? Health spending, Dawn.
Oh, right.
The
I'm going to me.
Telegraph?
I thought Fraser was going first this time. Anyway, no, I'd...
Ladies first.
Give me more airtime, that's fine. Health spending, yeah, in the Telegraph, yes. So we're not going to go too much on the headlines of the papers at the moment, because it is either politics or holidays. Lack of holidays, that is. So this is actually a really shocking story. This is health spending is costing the country about £10,000 per household a year. That's the third highest share of GDP in Europe. Now, this is research that's tracked 19 wealthy countries, and we actually fare worse for healthcare than all of them, with the exception of America.
But we're paying more.
But we are paying more than any of them.
Right.
It is absolutely... If you drill down into it, it's absolutely terrorising. We've got 6.2 million people, as we know, on the waiting list. Obviously, we've had the pandemic. I get all that.
But so has every other country.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is the point, and and we keep making those excuses. Well, it was a pandemic. No, there is something horribly wrong, isn't there?
So that seems to indicate, and it goes down very, very badly with voters and with politicians, but we need to make it more efficient.
Well, this is the thing. But as you say, Stephen, the NHS has become a cult. You can't criticise it.
Can't touch it.
We keep pouring money into it. Increased spending on the NHS more than education, defence, more than any other area in life. And we still have this terrifying statistic of 50,000 people, 50,000 deaths a year linked to substandard healthcare.
And yet we keep saying, don't we, and our politicians certainly keep saying, our NHS is the envy of the world.
I don't know. No one who has experienced more than one healthcare system could possibly say that. I mean, the spending on it is extraordinary. I mean, the annual NHS budget is roughly the equivalent of the entire economy of Greece. The NHS is the third biggest employer in the world after the Chinese army and the Indian railway services. And what are we getting? We have fewer doctors than comparable countries in Europe. We have much higher levels of cancer deaths. And, as you said, Dawn, this research shows that overall, we're just not getting good quality care. And that's where this idea that comes in, that we need to stop treating the NHS as a cult. We need to treat it as a service. People deserve the best quality healthcare possible.
But you need a government to have a proper plan and come up with this at the beginning of their time in government, because otherwise it's a vote loser. Just is.
Yeah, and not be frightened to tackle it. I think all political parties are scared to approach this. And, it's like, oh, you're privatising the NHS. And it's like, well, to be honest with you, it's already privatised. Because so many of us now are taking out loans.
Yeah.
You know, we're using our savings to get basic treatment.
In fact, Rishi Sunak, in this big article in The Times, has actually grasped that at least. It may not make him popular, though. Waiting for treatment on the NHS is forcing people to go private, he says, with a gun to their head.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people would agree with that. The former Chancellor is promising an emergency package of tough targets for the health service, claiming that long delays amounted to privatisation by the back door. It needs radical change.
Well, let's hope it's not just talk. Let's hope he actually does something.
Yeah. I don't know if tough targets is going to mean anything.
Oh, well, this is the thing. It's all sound bites. It's like, vote for me, I'm Rishi, I'll do this and that, and then nothing gets done. Meanwhile, people are getting into debt and dying, 50,000 of us a year, for lack of healthcare.
Meanwhile, Fraser, in the eye, Trustonomics.
Trustonomics, this is an interesting story because Truss is essentially being called out by someone who she claims supports her tax cut policy. He's saying that, yes, I agree with your tax cut policy, but it would mean hiking interest rates up to 7%. Now, you know, let's refresh our memories here. Since the financial crash, interest rates have been so incredibly low. It's unimaginable to think of how painful that would be.
Yes,
a
but
rise
isn't
of something
that,
like 6%.
And I totally get that, and I certainly don't want to see it. There's mortgage and all the rest of it. But 7% is actually, when you look at it, is actually a more realistic figure.
Well, it would be going back to a kind of old normal, and maybe that is something we want to get to over the long term. But we're in such a deep crisis that it's hard to see how we can, you know, navigate our way through. You know, we're in a hole, basically. It's terrible that we have such low interest rates. It's terrible that we have so much money printing. But, you know, without that, how much deeper in a crisis would we be? So I don't envy anyone at the Bank of England at the moment. I don't envy anyone who's going to take over the Treasury.
No, why would anyone want to be Prime Minister?
Exactly. This is the worst time to take up the job. There are no good answers to this.
It's very difficult when we've got used to interest rates being artificially low.
Yeah, very,
Really.
Yeah.
But we obviously, we don't want to see them go up. Of course we don't. No. But maybe it is an inevitability.
I honestly, it's just like, I just can't get my head around any of it this morning, to be honest with you.
Well, lighten the mood for us, because you've chosen a story from the Daily Mail about strippers.
Well, yes, why not?
Well, no, absolutely. What's the news?
Any case, this is, you pointed out, and it's in the Daily Mail, and this is strippers in Edinburgh have been banned from operating unless they do one thing.
Which is?
Keep their clothes on. OK. Yes. So basically, it's the City of Edinburgh Council who have closed down 4 strip clubs in the Scottish capital because they are... What are they doing? They are disrespecting women. But these clubs can stay open provided the girls dance fully clothed. Might be missing the point here a bit, personally, but surely the point of a strip club is that you take your clothes off.
Is it? Well, here's the question then. Is it disrespecting women? Doesn't it depend on whether women are being forced or trafficked into that line of work, or whether they are choosing to do it as a profession?
Here's my point. They've actually interviewed one of the girls who works in one of these clubs, and I totally agree with her. And the deputy leader, deputy leader of the council is saying, it's demeaning to women, but the stripper is saying it is not feminist to dictate how other women choose to earn their living, and it's not. That's not a feminist thing. I mean,
if they choose,
if they choose, provided, as Stephen just said, provided you're not forced into it or trafficked into it. If you choose to earn your living in that way, that is your choice as a woman. And what gives me the right as another woman, I might not agree with what you do for a living, but what gives me as another woman the right to dictate how you earn your living? It doesn't. It's profoundly wrong.
It's also this idea that, you see one woman with her clothes off and that is going to taint your impression of all women. There was a similar argument against Page 3. Just because some models take their clothes off, that means every woman is brought down to a certain level. I've never agreed with that.
Because you're a Labour councillor in Edinburgh who happens to be a woman, that does make you any better or any worse than a woman who works in a strip club. I'm sorry.
I'm reminded as well of the Windmill Club in Soho, which was the first place ever in the UK where they could show naked people on stage. Now, it's funny because they got around the law preventing that by essentially presenting the women as statues.
Yes, they can.
They would just change the lights and they
They
would do little poses. So that went on through the Blitz, but then a couple of years ago, Westminster Council revoked their licence.
They carried on during the war.
Yeah.
Which
survived the bombing.
Kept morale up.
Couldn't survive the local council bureaucrat.
Yeah, I don't know. It'd be an interesting one to get your view on, actually. I sort of think, my sort of take on it, not that I've ever met any of these ladies, I've got to say.
How do you know?
But my...
How do you know?
Well, I might... Well, yeah.
What do you think I do at weekends?
I've not knowingly met them. I've not known them. But my thought would be, surely, if they're... I would have thought it was quite empowering in the sense that you've got these men down there and you are rinsing them for the fact that they want to go up and hand over loads of their money. And I sort of said, well, all power to your elbow.
Absolutely, I'm sure it is.
I'm sure it's a mixture of both. I'm sure there are times when the men are horrible, and I'm sure there's times when, as you say, you're rinsing them.
Yeah,
you know, like any job, you know, it's
the point is, and as
there's
this
good
lady,
and bad about it.
As this lady, as the interview said, like, you know, I do this, I choose to do this to pay my rent and feed my children. It's her job. Let her get on with it.
Oh, yeah, sort of.
I was going to say I hated Page 3 girls. I really did. But, of course, we all knew Samantha Fox very well, didn't we? Who made an entire incredible career out of being a Page 3 girl, and I wouldn't ever do her down for that. But I didn't like the whole idea of
We don't
Page
have
3.
to like it as women, Anne,
No.
but if you choose to do it and you're not forced to do it, absolutely fine.
Well, Katie Price, Melissa Messenger.
Yeah.
Loads.
They all made sort of big careers out of
Yeah.
it, didn't they? But, I mean, I don't know.
But does it do women down? I don't know. I think
Well, now we have
I
Magic
used to think
Mike,
it did.
so there's a bit of equality coming in.
We have equality now, at least.
Yes, true.
Yeah, it's interesting, all that Magic Mike
No one would say this is demeaning to men. How can you how can you look another man in the eye once you've seen that?
Interesting. It's the double standards
There is
again,
double
isn't
standards,
it? Really is. For men, it's like a bit of fun, bit of cheek, and it's like you can get away with it. But women, it's demeaning, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
You're probably forced into it, and you don't know any better.
Yeah, you don't know any better. That's it, isn't it?
Yeah. In the Eye, Zach Goldsmith is saying what about Extinction Rebellion?
He's saying the protests work. And
Hey,
that they
go back.
are successful in getting the government's attention and pushing through climate policy. Now, I think he has a point in the sense that the protests are working, but only because the government already agrees with them. You know, the government already has a net zero policy. Everyone in the establishment is terrified of climate change. And, you know, sometimes it's quite difficult to put a cigarette paper between the position of the kind of eco-lunatics and some of the most powerful people in the country. It's often just a difference of tone. The activists are just a bit more shrill in how they talk about this crisis.
And they have more glue.
And they have more glue. Whereas if you take something like the, you know, today there's the kind of fuel protest, Go Slow. That's not going to get nearly as much attention. It's going to cause some disruption, you know, like a protest should. But, you know, are they going to be listened to? Probably not.
No.
But they will get us talking about
I
the
hope so.
issue more than if they didn't.
More than if they didn't, yeah.
There's something quite irksome, though, isn't there? Or is it just me? About Zach Goldsmith sort of backing protesters. I don't know, it's a bit like What's-Her-Face, who joined Extinction Rebellion and glued herself to the pavement, whatever, by flying in on a private jet from Los Angeles.
Quite,
Emma Thompson.
It's the very privileged who aren't trying to drive their lorries, delivering stuff around the country, sitting there going, oh, this is a very good idea.
It depends whether he's backing them or whether he's simply making the remark that actually their protest did work because it got us talking, and maybe it did influence government policy.
He is himself quite an extreme environmentalist, so whether he says explicitly or not that he's backing Extinction Rebellion, he's definitely on side.
No, it's interesting, isn't it? Glasses, because I'm going on about my glasses this morning. What are they, Dawn? Are they reading glasses? Or
They are reading glasses. They are middle-aged reading glasses.
You see, this is the thing about getting older. David says, varifocals are a sure sign of middle age, which is what these are, they're not working properly. Then you find you're 60 and you need a pair of reading specs as well. I remember my mum and a lifelong friend comparing ailments and rounding off with, there's nothing to look forward to in getting older. Actually, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, I think it is.
Oh, I don't know. I'm quite looking forward to getting... I mean, I don't mind getting older.
No, you say that when you're young.
It's better than being dead.
Well, that's
there is that
true.
as an alternative, I think.
That's the only alternative.
No, but there is. I think we should celebrate. In is it the Book of Proverbs or something, it says you should wear grey hairs like a crown. And I've always quite liked that, particularly because I've got...
No, I don't like that at all.
No, I'm sticking to the peroxide, love.
Try to be positive about it all. Anyway, look, we're out of time. We shall see you two a little bit later on.
Excellent.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we've got all your top stories coming up in a couple of minutes.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere, with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast, where it's a sunny start in places, and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest, and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of Western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but there are only a few showers reaching the parts of southeast and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Disruption at Dover. Another day of gridlock is expected as a war of words breaks out between Britain and France over who's to blame.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Saturday, 23rd of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We are, of course, live across the whole of the UK. And today, if you're setting off on a car journey for your summer holiday, 19 million people are apparently, then you can take us with you because we're on the radio as well. Just look for GB News Radio on DAB+.
Now, the summer getaway is underway. As Stephen said, there are 19 million cars hitting the road this weekend, but more delays at Dover are expected after ferry passengers queued for up to 6 hours yesterday. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says the situation was entirely avoidable and unacceptable and demanded the French sort it out. We'll keep you up to date with everything you need to know, so that's another good reason to listen to us on the radio. Hopefully you won't be stuck behind 19 million cars.
Oh, let's hope not. Now, as part of a leadership campaign, Liz Truss has pledged to hold a Brexit red tape bonfire, reviewing every EU law currently retained by the UK.
Rishi Sunak says the country is facing a national emergency, warning of a crisis in the economy, the NHS and illegal migration.
Across the pond, Donald Trump's former advisor Steve Bannon faces jail after being found guilty of contempt of Congress after refusing to appear before the US Capitol riots hearing and refusing to provide key documents.
And have you noticed which way your dog wags its tail? No? Well, maybe you should, because new research suggests they wag to the right if they love you. That's my dog's tail. I can't tell which way she's preferring.
I don't know.
She's just got a windscreen wiper for a tail.
Anyway, there's loads to talk about this morning, not just dogs, but politics, the French situation, anything, Harry, whatever you want to talk about. Keep those views coming through. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
There's some very strong views coming in about Harry and Meghan and whether they should be allowed to pay for their security, to pay for police protection in this country by our police. Anna says, it seems wrong that ex-prime ministers get police protection for life, probably all MPs, in fact, paid by the taxpayer. But royals who no longer attend to royal duties don't, particularly when they're still family, no matter what. But to think Prince Harry has offered to pay for it and has been declined is quite concerning.
But Rob says what security was provided to Harry and co when he was over here for his grandma's Jubilee? Well, I think he got it provided.
He did, yeah.
He's not a royal. Well, he sort of is still. And as a taxpayer, I say he made his bed, he should lie in it.
Ooh,
At the cost of his safety, though, cost of his children's lives.
safety. Raquel said, absolutely no, they're not royals. Best off to stay in the US if they're so concerned. The majority of people don't want to see them here. If police come for hire, then it will set a precedent, and loads of celebrities will ask the same. How would the bill be quantified? How would it be invoiced to Harry? How could the public be sure the duplicitous couple are, in fact, paying?
Oh, it's not a lot of love, is there? Matt says, of course, Harry should not be able to buy police protection. He gave up the right when he walked away from being a royal. It would set a dangerous idea that the UK police force are available to the highest bidder. There are many excellent private security companies that he could use, but not with firearms. Which
that's maybe the point, and, you know...
And I think with a terrorist threat...
Yeah, he's a former soldier.
I think probably
he's the son of Princess Diana. He's got children now. I don't know. I can sort of begin to see the point.
I am warming more to the
Me
idea,
too, yeah.
and I was against it.
Mm.
So, yeah, I mean, you raised some interesting points. In terms of what's going on in France, we're going to talk about that in just a moment as well. But, Reg, I don't think you're right, Reg. He says the people travelling to France are most likely to have voted Remain. The French are thus punishing mainly Remainers, proof that we were right
Surely
to vote
not.
Leave. I don't know.
Brexiteers still enjoy going to France, don't
Yes,
they?
a lot of Brexiteers made a point of saying we love Europe, we just don't love the EU.
Yeah.
So I don't think you're right, Reg.
A lot of people say they love France but don't like the French. Do you remember that? A lot of people used to say that. Jill says, I live in Folkestone, the next town along the coast from Dover. It is horrible living here. The motorway was closed yesterday and lorries diverted through A roads. Parts of the town were at a standstill. Also, the rubbish and worse, thrown out of cars and lorries, means the roads are always lined with litter. This has happened on numerous weekends since lockdown was lifted, and it is simply miserable. Please, if you are in the queue, have a thought for the locals.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair point to make. And on the dogs issue, and I was saying, well, cats obviously don't wag their tails unless they're very annoyed, but their tails go straight up if they're very pleased to see you. Christian says, loving the show. When cats are really pleased to see people, they don't just stick their tails up in the air, but they also curl the tip of it to one side, which is true.
Oh, that is true. I've seen that. Yeah. Oh,
So
interesting.
The tip curls.
Well, I suppose if we all had tails, we'd use them like we use any of our limbs. You know, you'd use them for some sort of expression, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So maybe that's what dogs and cats are doing.
I think it's a shame we got rid of our tails.
What sort of tail would you have liked?
I don't know, a long one.
Yeah, a long one with lots of
like a lion's tail.
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
This
I
is
don't know.
silly.
Why is that appealing? I don't know.
I don't know. We were meant to have them, weren't we, somewhere along the line.
Anyway, keep your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
But back to that travel chaos, and people using the port of Dover face another long day of delays.
Yeah, yesterday it was sort of 6-7 hours of queues in bumper-to-bumper traffic as people waited to board ferries to France. The Foreign Secretary, Liz Truss, blamed France for failing to man border posts and demanded that they sort it out.
She said this awful situation should have been entirely avoidable and is unacceptable. We need action from France to build up capacity at the border to limit any further disruption for British tourists.
Now, in a more scathing attack, the Brexit Opportunities Minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, said British holidays are being sabotaged by French incompetence at the borders. These controls were long planned and their failed introduction will hit the French economy and British families alike.
Well, if you are heading to Dover this morning and you're listening to GB News in the car, then please get in touch. Let us know what the situation is like for you this morning and whether you've turned back, you're changing your plans or you're blasting on. We'd love to hear from you anyway.
See, it depends on the sort of holiday you go on. This is the thing. If you've booked a hotel or something, then you're not going to be able to turn back. You probably lose all your money. But if you're just heading over and going until you find a campsite, which is what we used to do, then you could turn back because you've got sort of nothing pre-booked. So I think it depends.
But you wouldn't. We're British, aren't we? We get in the queue and hope for the best, don't we? Don't you think that's a British thing?
I think we do tend to do that. Yeah.
I do hope you have a... Anyway, do get in touch with us if you're heading that way. Tell us what it's like and how you're feeling. We'd love to talk to you.
Now, critics and union bosses are having a go at Liz Truss and her promise to axe thousands of EU laws still held after Brexit if she becomes Prime Minister. She said a red tape bonfire will boost economic growth and stimulate business investment.
But it's not going down very well with the TUC, the trades unions. They're warning that these cynical and reckless proposals threaten hard-won workers' rights. And economists are saying that Liz Truss's plan will fuel inflation, igniting austerity.
Well, if you need cheering up, Rishi Sunak, meanwhile, has said we are facing a national emergency with a crisis in the NHS, a crisis in the economy and a crisis with illegal immigration.
We're joined now by Harry Phibbs, who's local government editor at Conservative Home. Neither of them are painting a very happy picture for us, are they?
No, and it's not very democratic either, because what Liz Truss is proposing is that there's a deadline whereby all these EU rules will go, but of course all the different departments, the civil servants and the politicians can look and can go through them and see if there's something worth keeping or quite likely something worth amending, keeping in some form. And it could well be that the sort of thing the trade unions are concerned about workers' rights, health and safety and so on, that it could be retained, but in a more practical form, where you might get a better outcome. It might be more effective in terms of workplace rights, but not quite such a sort of onerous cost to business. So, I mean, ultimately, what's going to happen with all these changes is that those that are retained and those who want to be amended will go through Parliament and then be debated and voted on. Whereas, of course, these thousands, literally thousands of EU regulations, when they came in, it was a thing called statutory instrument, which, in other words, it just went through on the nod. There was no proper scrutiny or decision-making. They just say you've got to have them take it or leave it. So it's actually, I know people are cynical about bonfire of controls, but I think this will actually be cumulatively quite a big change in terms of giving business and giving private individuals more freedom.
OK. Look, Harry, will you stay with us? Don't go anywhere, because we're going to come back to you in just a second, get your reaction, hopefully, to what our next guest says as well on all of this. The former Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, joins us now. It's good to see you this morning. I know in this whole race you're backing Rishi. He's painted a very grim picture. I think it's in the Times this morning, isn't it? We're heading for a national emergency. Well, that doesn't sound like it's going to win him a lot of support.
Well, I think that the thing that's winning him support, and one of the reasons that he came top amongst the MPs, is that he's being straightforward and very honest about the challenges that the country faces, and that there aren't easy solutions to some of them. Like this morning, for instance, he's announcing a package to get through the NHS backlog, which is incredibly important, bring forward the date at which we're going to try to end all waits for over a year. We'd nearly got rid of year-long waits in the NHS before the pandemic, and then the pandemic struck. And making sure that you can get your treatment on the NHS is something that people care about right across the country. So, you've got to set out the challenges honestly and truthfully, and then you can set out the solutions.
But nearly everything that he's saying, that he's promising to have robust health targets to cut waiting times. He says the government is going to be put on crisis footing from the minute he walks in the door of number 10. Those sort of things imply that the government hasn't done very well, and that yet is the government of which he was Chancellor.
Well, he's been very clear that he wants to really drive things forward. I think that sort of injection of energy is a good thing, and one of the things that you can do in a leadership debate and with a new prime minister is inject new energy and inject new impetus. I didn't want to see Boris Johnson leave, but the fact that we've got this contest, which actually has been a big battle of ideas, I think. It is an opportunity to inject that energy, and the key thing that Rishi's saying is we've got to be honest and straightforward about the challenge.
Oh, that line's gone down. We'll see. We've got him back. Okay, so I mean that's you were going through some of the key messages from Rishi, but I'll tell you what the key messages are from people who are watching and listening right now. A lot of it is cost of living. And multi-billionaire Rishi Sunak is saying, yeah, we'll look at that. We'll look at tax cuts and all the rest of it in a few years. People haven't got a few years. People want some immediate help now, which is really what Liz Truss is offering.
Oh, we seem to have lost the line again.
I think the line's gone again. But
it's not working very well, I'm afraid.
Here we go. Look.
No, do carry on, Mr. Hancock. I think we can still hear
you. I think the critical point on that is that we've seen the economists who are backing Liz Truss say that her plan would put up interest rates. Now, whether or not that's true, we don't want to make the problem worse. It's really important. This economist, Patrick Minford, I don't know him very well, but I've seen what he said about Liz Truss's proposals. And, I think that having fiscal responsibility and sound money is incredibly important, because that is the starting point of good economic policy and getting growth going.
Look, we're going to leave it because the line's bad. But just get it. You're backing Rishi Sunak, so what job has he offered you?
He hasn't. I haven't had that conversation with him at all. I just think he'd be the best prime minister. I think both of them would make a good prime minister, but I think he'd be the best.
OK, Matt Hancock, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. It was worth a try.
It was worth a try, yes.
Harry, what do you think?
Well, what I would say is that taxes and spending are far too high, and most Conservative Party members would feel this. And often Rishi Sunak's presented as the safe pair of hands, being responsible, steady as she goes. Actually, he's proposing some pretty big increases in tax and spending. The corporation tax is 19% at the moment. His plan is for it to go up to 25%. Well, that's not prudent or safe or stable. That's a huge risk, because, of course, you can have investors looking at that and deciding to put their money elsewhere. Businessmen think, well, hold on, Ireland's 12% corporation tax, already paying more than that. Maybe that's fine, paying 19%. 25%, they start to then so the assumption that you can just put tax up and up and up and get more and more revenue and just take that for granted, I think is actually a huge risk. So I think there's a lot to be said for having low tax rates to help generate growth. I do also think, though, that rather than just completely rely on that it would be sensible to try and look for some savings in public spending. And funnily enough, going back to what we were talking about, all the EU regulation, there is a link there with a lot of very boring stuff. But I mean, the government spends $300 billion a year on procurement, just buying stuff, and the EU rules on procurement are incredibly onerous, incredibly bureaucratic, and that has been very inefficiently spent in places like defence and the NHS and all the rest of it. So that $300 billion, if on procurement, just to take that example, if that could be streamlined and made more cost-effective, there's better value for money for that, then that would be a way whereby we could cut public spending without actually making public services worse, probably making them better by sort of cutting some of the delays in that logjam. So I'm not perhaps as gloomy as some people. I think that there's a lot of things that could be done better to get back to all that sort of Thatcherite stuff about free enterprise and high economic growth. I don't think it's an impossible sort of challenge to get there.
Very briefly then, if you were to do a poll right now of all the members of Conservative Home, which leader would they choose? Well,
The last poll we had showed a big majority for Liz Truss, and then people said, oh, that's just a Conservative Home poll, it doesn't really make any difference. But then YouGov did a poll and showed an even bigger majority for Liz Truss. So I think that, of course, all the personalities and, look, this is a woman, this is ethnic minority, this person's rich or whatever. People obviously get interested in that. But I think Conservative Party members, it's probably fundamentally about the policies, the direction they want to take the country. Do we want a bigger state? Do we want a smaller state? Do we want to get rid of European Convention on Human Rights and get rid of all these EU rules we've inherited? All those kind of big policy questions, I think, are what the Conservative Party members are interested in more than all the exciting personality clashes.
Exciting personality clashes, indeed.
Yeah. Harry, good to see you this morning.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much.
Goodness, yeah.
We've much more to come for you this morning, including a damning report into the Home Office's handling of illegal migrants. We'll tell you more in a minute.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere, with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up, and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast, where it's a sunny start in places, and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest, and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but there are only a few showers reaching the parts of southeast and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:22, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio. Do you want me to keep going?
No, I'm fine.
You're fine?
I had a nibble.
Breakfast.
Yeah, a little bit of breakfast. No, a story now that has been getting a lot of attention the last couple of days. It's this damning report into the Home Office handling of the migrant crisis.
For more than 3 years now, the small boats crisis has been growing in intensity. This year already, more than 15,000 people have crossed the Channel and been processed in makeshift reception centres at Dover Harbour. The Chief Inspector of Borders and Immigration claims that process has been inefficient and ineffective. David Neal says that for too long the Home Office has continued to treat the problem of small boat crossings as a crisis rather than an ongoing day-to-day issue that should be managed and staffed accordingly. Although he praised the work of individual Border Force officers dealing with at times unmanageable numbers, he was critical of the management of the processing system, which meant that staff dealing with many of those arriving in Dover often failed to record all the necessary details of an individual, such as biometric details like fingerprints and photographs. The Chief Inspector of Borders revealed that 227 asylum seekers had disappeared from secure hotel accommodation in the 4 months to January this year. They haven't been found, and authorities did not have biometric details for many of them. In fact, over one 5-week period, when 57 asylum seekers ran off, Border Force didn't have fingerprints or photographs for 2/3 of them. The Home Office said that since David Neal's inspection, new processing facilities have come on stream, that those arriving in Dover and elsewhere are much more efficiently processed. However, Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper said she was sceptical of those Home Office claims, especially as the inspector's report was released on the final day of Parliament, giving MPs no time to question officials on any improvements they claim to have made. Mark White, GB News.
Well, the human rights lawyer Harjap Singh Bengal is here with us now. Good to see you this morning. I mean, do you think the Home Office is failing here, not being robust enough?
Yeah, I think it's not just me who thinks it's failing. I think all the experts, the former Immigration Minister for Australia, the Parliament itself. Every year we have a select committee report on the Home Office, and they tell us that it's not fit for purpose. So this has been going on for a while, for about 10 odd years. No one seems to want to overhaul the Home Office and the border force system. Instead, what we do is we paper over the cracks and hope that the same system or the same wall will uphold the building, when really we need to knock the wall down and build a new one. So this is nothing new, and now it's in a report, one of many reports, and you can see that even failing to fingerprint migrants when they arrive, that is the first thing that I've seen that happens, and that should happen, to identify people and get their biometrics. They're not even doing that due to pressures of the job, or maybe they're missing out, and this is totally a system that's failing. And this is.
Can I just ask on that issue though? Isn't that an individual failing, or a failing of a team or a group or whatever, rather than saying, well, this is systemic? There's a big difference between the two.
The individuals will tell you, look, that we haven't got the support staff around us, we haven't got the time, we've got X amount of jobs to do in one day, we just haven't got the manpower to do it. And ultimately that falls down to the manager or the owner of, say, if it was a business, where does the buck stop? So the bucks, if you haven't got the facilities to do your job and you're asked to do too much, surely then it's down to your boss to provide all them facilities, instead of just blaming that one person and trying to fire them. So it is a problem that's systemic, and it needs to be dealt with at the highest level.
And it hasn't been dealt with consistently. I mean, it's not as if this has only just started to happen. It's been happening for months and months, if not, well, probably years now, isn't it? Yeah. And it seems to me, and it must be, that information must be getting back to the people smugglers, to the people who just desperately want to come here, that if you keep trying, you will get into Britain and they won't take your biometrics, and at some point you'll be able to disappear into the crowd.
Yeah, I mean, and it is easy to disappear into the crowd. So in the report, it said that a lot of migrants, they skip their bail once they're released, and they're never caught again in the system. So this is not anything new. Once again, the whole system needs to be overhauled. We've known this for years. There just doesn't seem to be a solution for it. Or the ministers who come in subsequently, they can't handle it. They're inept to handle it. They don't have the experience to handle it. They don't seem to know what's going on at street level. And they're just sitting there making their policies and feeding it to the public and giving the public hope and letting the public down.
But Harjat, what I mean, I don't know quite what your position is, but you're a human rights lawyer. One would imagine you'd argue on the other side to an extent, but doesn't this indicate that immigration needs to be something that will get a grip of it and slap down on it firmly?
Totally. Any immigration lawyer will never say, OK, let's have unlimited immigration, let's open up all the borders. Every country has a right to control its borders. Everyone understands that. However, it's the way in which it's done, it's the system in which it's done. We can't just talk tough and in practice we're totally the opposite. This is what's happening here. And you're sort of telling the British public, don't worry, we're now secure because of X policy or because of the way we voted. And yet what we're seeing is actually it getting worse. So we do need to control immigration. We do need to make sure that the right people coming into our country. We do need to provide a safe haven for those who are genuinely, desperately in need. And we do need to stop abuse. So I think anyone will tell you that it's the abuse that needs to be stopped. But here, none of the above is being done correctly. We're not providing safe haven to those who desperately need it in a correct manner. We're messing up every single scheme that we've seen this year run by the Home Office. We've come on here and had to criticise it. And we've constantly criticised it because it can't be done properly. Even the Ukrainian one, when it was first done, people were being sent back to danger, said, well, you've got to apply from there. And they're saying, well, hold on, we've just ran from there. And, we're being bombed over there. And they couldn't deal with it. Remember the story where someone went all the way to France to apply, and there were just two people eating crisps and sandwiches who were supposed to deal with their claim and process their claim. So we've seen all of that, and the Home Office doesn't seem to be able to do anything correctly. And that tells me that the whole system is broken. Perhaps we need someone new in charge. We need someone who can deliver as opposed to just give us words and promises.
OK.
Yeah, we'll leave it there. I was just going to say that neither of the Tory leadership candidates at the moment are saying very much about immigration at all. Maybe they see it...
Solutions.
Exactly. Yeah. It needs a solution, doesn't it? Very hot potato.
Yeah, OK.
Thanks very much indeed.
Yeah, Harjat Singh Bengal, good to talk to you. Should get you in front of one of the candidates and
Oh, no.
Put them straight.
My goodness, that is something they're going to have to choose a new. Well, maybe they'll choose a new Home Secretary. Who knows?
Well, there's going to be a big reshuffle, isn't there? Come what may. I do think. I mean, it is interesting though. We need to. If enough isn't being done, I don't understand with politicians why they can't just get a system and go right. This needs to be shaken up. Let's get this structure, this logistics in place and make it work. It can't be that.
You see, there wasn't even any structure for feeding the migrants when they got off their dinghies because they were sending out to the local pizza, Domino's Pizza, weren't they, for them?
£39,000.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of thinking a few months ago, well, actually, we're going to need a catering company because when they come off their boats, they're going to be starving, hungry and wet and distressed, no matter who they are. Even that didn't seem to be thought about.
No. Just a quick one on the travel business. Roy says, while the moaning and whinging about travel chaos, until my late wife passed away, we used to drive up to Hull, have a very pleasant overnight travel on the ferry to Rotterdam, then drive through Holland, Germany, then Austria, and finish in the South Tyrol in northern Italy for 1 or 2 weeks. Nice. Superb holidays. I am now 94 years old. Congratulations on reaching that. And we travelled there every year for about 10 years. Wow. I bet
Those were the days, eh?
Well, what a journey. Well, thank you very much for getting in touch at the grand old age of 94, Roy. But you still feel like a teenager, do you, inside?
But do stay watching. We've got plenty more to come. We'll be looking through the newspapers in a couple of moments.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
8:34, morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Let's take a look at today's front pages. Wish you weren't here, jokes the Daily Mail, as a 7-hour gridlock at Dover ruined the start to many families' holidays yesterday.
The Star also focuses on the travel bedlam. Are we nearly there yet, it asks? No, is the answer.
Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has told the French to fix the chaos at Dover, as the port chief warns it could last all summer.
Meanwhile, Britain is facing a national emergency, says Rishi Sunak cheerily. The Conservative leadership hopeful is warning of crises affecting the economy, the NHS and illegal immigration.
And The Guardian is warning that Liz Truss's deadline to scrap all remaining EU regulations could bring a bonfire of rights.
Liz Truss's tax cuts could mean Britain's face interest rates of up to 7%, according to her economy guru. That, according to The Times, could mean that we'd all face about £700 a month more on our mortgages.
But voters back Liz Truss to beat Keir Starmer in a general election. That's according to the Daily Express. A poll last night gave her the edge over the Labour leader as to who would make the best Prime Minister in a couple of years' time, I guess.
Yeah. They're not going. There'll be no snap election.
No.
Can't see that coming. Time to go through the papers now in a bit more detail with former editor of The Star, Dawn Neeson, and the deputy editor of Spiked Online, Fraser Myers. Morning to you both.
Morning.
Let's kick off. We're going to change tack a little bit in a lot of this and look at some different stories, which is nice. What I like. The Mail looking at horror films.
We have delved between the sheets for you, Stephen.
Excellent.
We've found some stories that are actually quite good fun, I think. So, anyways, this is in the Mail. I haven't seen it anywhere else, so it's page 39 of the Mail, so I have to go back a long way, which tells you about the papers this morning. Horror films are just as cuddly as the rest of us. Now, I've picked this one because I like horror films, obviously. So, basically, it's quite complicated. A study in Denmark has put to the test whether what film you like makes you a better or a worse person, OK? That's the nub of it. So 201 participants asked to view profiles, including favourite film genre, then asked how compassionate they were. Horror fans were viewed very negatively. We're not cuddly, we're not compassionate. Then another group of people, bear with me, another group of people asked to rate how much they enjoyed the subgenre of horror, like slasher movies, psychological thrillers, etc., etc. They then completed an empathy test which proved that horror fans, this is the point, horror fans actually scored equally on empathy and kindness tests, or even better.
Right.
So the long and the short of the story, which is very complicated, I know, is that if you like horror, you are actually a very nice, kind, compassionate person.
Right.
There you go. That's me.
That can't be true, can it?
Oh, Anne, how did he do?
Have you seen some of these slasher movie things?
Well, I mean, it depends on the subgenre, as they put it. I mean,
I'd worry about anyone who was sort of addicted to those, wouldn't you?
Well,
I was working and I sort of like late as I always do, and I actually sort of like started watching the whole Hostel. There's don't go there. It's a torture genre.
Oh.
I sat up all night watching them, and then the husband got up and he goes, "What on earth are you watching?"
No. Everyone has a dark side in them, don't they? Especially the cuddly people. They're the ones.
Yeah, see. But I prefer the sort of like, things like American Werewolf in London. It's something that's got a bit of humour to it as well.
Yeah.
What does it say about people who like whodunits? Because I like a whodunit.
Yeah. It's a bit weird. Sorry, Anne.
No, it doesn't. Sure, it doesn't.
No, I'm not a horror fan. I did once watch, because it just happened to be on, The Human Centipede.
Oh, that is.
And I honestly dreamt about it for weeks afterwards. It was so disturbing.
There's another one, though. You can watch the follow-on.
No.
I think there's multiple. All these horror films end up having like 4 or 5 sequels.
Yeah, they spin off.
Each more gruesome than
the original Friday the 13th was brilliant, but now we're up to the 13th Friday the 13th. They get worse.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's me. Okay.
Oh, well,
it was an interesting one. Thank you for that.
You're entitled to your free speech.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
What's happening to free speech in the Express, then?
There's a small victory for free speech in that the police have essentially been told they should stop investigating people for online debates, for people being rude to each other on the internet. There's this whole category of, I want to call it crime, but it's non-crime. There's a thing called a non-crime hate incident, which can be recorded against your name. And previously, it used to be the case, for years it was the case, that essentially if you said or did something that someone took to be racist, sexist, transphobic, etc., you could be reported to the police and you'd have a kind of black mark against your name. It would even show up on a enhanced DBS check, so it could have real implications for kind of employment prospects, and you wouldn't necessarily even know that this had been marked against your name. Someone wouldn't need to provide evidence that you'd done the thing, or that you had intended to be racist, sexist, etc., etc.
How do you then draw the line? This is what would concern me slightly. How do you draw the line between what is a non-crime comment towards something which then becomes a criminal offence? Because you can cause criminal offence by what you say online.
I think that I think we have to be, I think we should be as absolutist as possible and let people say as much as possible. When you get into the range of, threats, things like that, it's unacceptable. Harassment is unacceptable. But when you're just expressing...
Trolling isn't.
And, well, if you're really harassing someone to the point of, causing them distress, as opposed to, what shouldn't be criminalised is people's opinions, even if they have horrible opinions that we would all find disgusting and distasteful. That should not be a police matter. That's for the rest of us online to push back and say, hang on, you're wrong here. You're wrong about this.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think it's right. But there are some horrible things said online. Yeah. But I think the answer to that is get offline.
Yeah, exactly. And some of the
engage.
Cases, and not all of these cases were online, and some of them are, beyond absurd. There were people logged for non-crime hate incidents because their dog had pooed on someone's lawn and it was taken, taken the wrong way.
Anyone can say anything as well, can't they, about you? And it's like, that is on your record. And future employees are checking you out, and employers, and they see that. It's like, well, it's really...
There was an electrician who was, at a client's house. They had a bit of a row. The client threw a steaming hot mug of tea in his face, and he said, I can never work again with someone like you. And she took that someone like you to be a kind of racial remark, and reported it to the police, and he found out...
she threw hot tea in his face.
He reported that to the police. They did nothing. She reported the someone like you comment. He's got this non-crime hate incident tagged on his name.
Wrong,
but this is changing, or it should be changing. We've heard a million times from the police that they're going to stop this practice. Good. Now the guidance has changed. Hopefully it will stop for real.
Yeah, and give the police something, a bit more time on their hands.
They have other things to worry about.
Yeah, exactly. Gosh.
In the Telegraph sports section, looking at rugby and the trans issue.
This is it's kind of linked, obviously, given the stick that so many women, like J.K. Rowling in particular, have got for talking about being a woman, and that makes her transphobic. In any case, that's not what this is about. This is the sensible side of this debate. The Rugby Football Union has recommended that its council vote to ban trans people assigned male at birth from female contact rugby in a bid to prioritise fairness of competition and the safety of the players, basically, is the bottom line in this one. So
rugby is a pretty violent sport anyway.
Absolutely.
Causes unbelievable stress on the NHS, actually, isn't it? But the idea of somebody who was born male and has therefore got those...
Has gone through male puberty and has got the size...
Is probably bigger, stronger in lots of ways, playing the female sport.
But contact rugby, isn't that the non-tackling sort?
No, it's the one where you can tackle people, isn't it? I'm a football fan, obviously I don't really understand rugby, but I mean, all rugby pretty much seems pretty...
How many trans rugby players are there?
Well, even if there's one and a female player gets injured, assigned female at birth, obviously, gets injured, then that is a problem, isn't it, surely? But the same doesn't work in reverse, because trans men who are assigned female at birth, keep up at the back, can play in men's teams. So if you are born female, born a woman, you can go on, change gender and then play for a men's side, but you have to sign a disclaimer saying that if you get injured, it's your
there's a
choice.
reason. Yes, exactly. There's a reason for that, is that somebody who's been through puberty as a female is going to be, forgive me, but is going to be smaller and not quite as strong, not as physically able, or not in the same way as somebody who went through as a male. And so somewhere along the line, you've got to keep it fair, haven't you?
I think, you've got to be able to make these distinctions, even if it feels impolite, even if it... a lot of people want to be compassionate about this issue, but, sport is somewhere where biology really counts for something, and that can't be overridden, especially where women's safety is concerned. This isn't just about fairness anymore. This is about stopping people's skulls from being cracked and all that.
Like boxing, for example. I mean, if a trans woman fighting a assigned birth woman. God,
it happens in mixed martial arts. There's a...
I think the problem with this is I think it opens up an easy bandwagon to jump on, which is why there's a very big issue towards trans women, so women who were born male and become female. Whereas no one bats an eyelid about the other way around, trans men who are born female and become male. No one cares about them. No one's saying, there are issues here, there are safety issues, there are body issues. It's only the other way around, and it's because society finds it very difficult to get their head around.
And it's a much smaller minority as well.
There's
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. There are, but and obviously, as Fraser says, everybody wants fairness. But I think where you know, where safety is an issue, then it's an issue that does need to be tackled, no pun intended, because it's rugby. But, I mean, it's not gone through yet. There is a move to actually put it in place, but it hasn't happened yet.
But the whole sporting industry, as it were, the sporting world, is discussing this now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I think, as you said, with all compassion, of trying to make the right decisions.
Yeah.
But they're very sensitive decisions, aren't they? Of course.
They're very, of course.
Fraser, Northern Ireland Protocol.
So the European Union has slapped Britain with 4 lawsuits for not keeping up its end of the Northern Ireland Protocol bargain. And partly this is to do with this law that we've brought in to do with the Northern Ireland Protocol.
What should Britain say to the EU on this one, Dawn?
I think this is an up-yours-to-laws situation.
Whatever you do, don't draw the Northern Ireland Protocol. It's early on a Saturday morning.
We were talking about this at 5:30 this morning. We were being less than polite, weren't we?
It's slightly complicated. And let's face it, the EU slap regulations and sort of like challenge laws and everything on all their own member countries. I think we're up to 7 now we've got. This latest 4 adds to the 7 we've already got.
We were talking about, you know, speculation about whether the queues at Dover have something to do with Brexit, some kind of Brexit punishment. You know, the Northern Ireland Protocol really is a punishment for Brexit. It turns Northern Ireland into basically an EU colony. We know that around 20% of all of the customs checks that the EU does happen in that border between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And interestingly, funny enough, what's happened today is that you may have heard of there's an exclave called Kaliningrad, which is a part of Russia, which is on the border with Lithuania and Poland. And there was a big dispute because Lithuania was, you know, stopping certain goods from travelling in because they're sanctioned by the EU because they're Russian. Now it turns out the EU has relaxed its checks on sanctioned Russian goods, but is applying maximum pressure to essentially British goods travelling between Britain. It's like they care more about, you know, British sausages than they do about Russian gas and steel. So there is a clear case for the UK to say, this isn't working for us, we need to scrap this.
Thank you, Fraser. That was really... I actually learnt something there. Thank you.
Yeah, we were telling him to bob off.
Yeah.
Bob off, that's what I say.
As we all. Well done, Stephen.
Thank you very much. Dawn and Fraser, we're out of time. So you've got to bob off now.
Good story for you.
And yes, I saw that.
Yes. Maybe a reason that we move on.
Yeah. Just on the rude side.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
Now, new data from the ONS, the Office for National Statistics, suggests that nearly 4 million people, about 1 in 17, has coronavirus.
And this is due in large part to the new variants sweeping across the continent. Should we be worried by these new variants? When will COVID variants stop coming?
Let's talk to Professor of Evidence-Based Medicine at the University of Oxford, Carl Hennigan. Morning to you. Should we be concerned? I guess it all depends on how many people are being hospitalised and how many people are dying, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. If you're looking at the ONS infection survey data, that's 2 weeks ago. In fact, all of the markers now are looking much more reassuring. So those going into hospital because everybody's tested are down by about 15%. They're down to about 1,750 from 2,000. Much more reassuring. And then the important number is those in mechanical ventilation beds. It's 287. That number's hardly shifted, and that's about half what it was a year ago. And if you remember, right at the peak, that was over 3,700. So actually, we're in a much better place. And actually, as we go into summer now, as we go into the summer break, schools are off, we'll get a naturally social distancing event. And so things should get better over the next 6 to 8 weeks.
And we've all met people, haven't we, who don't know whether they've had COVID or not, or feel ill and don't know whether they've got it. Are these new variants, can they be detected by the ordinary tests that we take?
Yeah, so look, there are 2 things happening, aren't there? If you look in the world right now, it's back to normal. You're showing the pictures of people going on holiday, whether it's sporting events. So there are a lot of people coming into the world, having been out of action, if you like, for 2 years or so, coming back into from at home into the workplace. So about over half of the infections are in people who've never had it before. But actually, this infection now, if we didn't have testing, most people would think they had a sort of common summer cold. And so the tests do pick it up, but actually not everybody is getting tested anymore. And that's why some of the figures, like the cases on the government side, are a bit uncertain. So I think the best measure is to look at the proportion of people, the numbers in hospital are one of the best measures.
Yeah, no, fair point. It's all getting a bit confusing at the moment. Carl Hennigan, we've got to leave it there, but good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. And joining us now with the latest entertainment and showbiz news, Stephanie Tetchy. Hello.
Good morning, Anne and
Hello.
Stephen. How are you both?
We are very
all
well.
the better for seeing you.
Oh, stop it, Stephen.
Blooming right. Look, yesterday we were talking love
Yes,
and
we were.
and Benifer.
Yeah.
But now we're talking divorce.
Yeah, so it's been in the newspapers for quite a few weeks now about Paddy Mcguinness and Christine Mcguinness, about their marriage and how they were heading towards Splitsville. But yesterday they confirmed on their Instagram stories that after 11 years they have actually split up. They've given more insight to it. Apparently they've been split up for quite a while, a few months actually, and apparently it was Christine that wanted to go public about it and say that they are split. But they do have 3 children who've been diagnosed with autism, so they're saying they're still...
Well, all 3?
All 3.
Oh,
so this marriage has been quite a tough one. You know, there's been allegations of cheating, and then obviously the children, their work schedules, but they say they're still going to be remained in the same house living together.
It's interesting in the statement they put out on Instagram last night. They were saying, you know, we want to end the speculation. But she's been giving interviews.
Stephen, I fully agree. Like, I know it's quite a painful time when any marriage breaks down, but what I don't understand, she was on Lorraine this week, she's done magazine covers with Fabulous, and so you've kind of invited the media into your marriage, making it as this third party, and now it's like you want that privacy, and I'm like, it's a bit too late, love. Like, everyone's going to be into it, but... Of course, you do have to respect their wishes and the children as well, who are the ones who will suffer the most out of this.
No, fair point. Talking of difficult stories, Ricky Martin. I mean, there's all these, dreadful allegations being made against him.
Yeah. You know, at the beginning of this month, he was hit with a restraining order by an unnamed victim who said that they had... incest, and then it was named as his nephew, his 21-year-old nephew. It went to court on Thursday, and now he's dropped all the allegations against Ricky Martin. Ricky has said that his nephew is quite troubled. He's got a lot of mental health issues at the moment. And while I would like to say Ricky's gone back to living La Vida Loca, he said it's actually been quite a painful experience for him, and he does want to get back to entertaining. The nephew says that he has dropped the allegations without any force or anything like that. So why he decided that in the first place, I do not understand.
No, because the trouble is mud sticks as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Not that it should, but it does. And Ricky Martin's face will always be, you'll always think, oh, wasn't he the one that...
And people will always talk about it, and people will always make up their own minds, even if he is innocent against this. This is still a stain that has been marred, and to have your own nephew saying that...
But, you know, in families, some people have problems and speak out when they... Better if they didn't.
Yeah, definitely.
And Renée Zellweger is going to make another Bridget Jones movie.
I'm so excited. It's like one of my favourite movies.
She is brilliant.
1, 2 and 3. The last time we saw her, she just had a baby where she was trying to figure out who the father of the baby was. Luckily, it was Mark Darcy. But now it's come out that she's secretly been working on a 4th instalment of Bridget Jones, which hopefully might be coming out next year, and it's going to be exploring her and motherhood, so it'll be quite interesting. It'll be a different Bridget from what we saw in the first one, like all those years ago.
It's quite a few years ago now.
We're talking about at least 15 years.
But Renée Zellweger is just the most incredible actress. She fits right into that part so well.
And you know, it's like when American actresses do British accents, sometimes you're like, oh, that's a bit wrong. But she
gets it dead right. She puts on weight when the character needs her
big
to put
knickers,
on. And then she goes tiny again. I don't know how she does it.
No, I don't know how actors do
Have you watched it?
I've seen the first one.
You a fan?
Yeah, I thought it was all right.
Yeah,
it's not really my sort of movie, to be fair, but, you know, it's all right.
It'll be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah. It'll be brilliant. It will be brilliant. She wouldn't touch it if it wasn't.
I know.
Because it would be a shame to damage the brand, so it will be good.
And she's been...
Any idea when it's going to come out?
Hopefully next year, but she has... Apparently, Helen Felding, who wrote the book, she's also involved with the film as well, so it'll be good to have her involved in it.
Yeah, no, it will. Now...
Yeah.
I know, I was wondering. There's a story about David Beckham. What is it?
I just wish we have the video for it. Hopefully we might have a bit later. But Victoria Beckham posted a video, David, yesterday showing her worm. It's not as racy as we think it is. Basically, it was him showing his breakdancing skills. But hopefully later on we'll have the video to show you.
That's what a worm is?
Yeah, it's It's like body popping.
Oh, I'm glad you've explained
that. I know,
that.
but Brooklyn was a bit... her son, Brooklyn, was like, Mum, please change the caption on that. It sounds a bit racist.
It does, yes.
Oh, I see. So she did actually caption. She's done it deliberately.
Yeah,
She ain't
so when
daft.
we get the video, I'll show you guys.
Yeah.
So he's a bit of a break dancer, is our David,
Yeah, and he was pretty good, actually. He was doing the head turns and everything.
Really?
Yeah, last
Well, he
night.
could bend it very well.
Oh, very good.
day.
Very good. It's funny. I like it. I mean, I find breakdancing. This is me. I find breakdancing fascinating. I think when it's done well, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, yes, it is incredible. Yeah.
When was it out? Sort of 80s and things.
Yes,
It was huge.
Yeah. Like hip-hop kind of days. But everyone likes to think they can do a bit of breakdancing.
Yeah.
I wish I could breakdance.
Yeah. Have you ever tried, though?
I have, and it just looks so pathetic.
Oh, right.
See, I've never tried it, but perhaps if I did, I'd suddenly find out it's a breakdancing sensation.
I've seen you dance before, Stephen, and you've got some good... I have.
Have you ever tried moonwalking? Like, you know, Migrant.
No, I
Really
can't.
difficult to do. Very, very... No, I've tried. I mean, I can do 2 steps.
Yeah.
And that's about it. I can't keep it up because it's like you're asking your feet to do something they never normally do, which is go backwards but stay still. Very weird.
You get that.
He was just the most incredible dancer.
Yeah.
Amazing.
He was. He learned everything he knew from me.
Is that right?
Honestly, I wish I could dance properly.
You can. I've seen you in videos, Stephen.
Well, I haven't. Will you share?
No, I'm a bit worried about that. I don't know what you've seen. Dear me. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, she made a surprise appearance on Thursday at the O2 where she joined the American girls Haim. I always pronounce their name wrong. But yes, Haim, that's it. She stunned the crowd of 20,000 people as she came up to join them. And obviously she's engaged to Joe Elwyn, who's English. So apparently Taylor's around in
We're going to be seeing her a lot more.
Yeah, we will be.
Oh, can you drag her in?
Oh, that would be nice. I do want to bring some Showbiz friends into the show.
Yes.
That would be nice, yeah. That would be nice. And you can, show off who you know, do a bit of name dropping and all that sort of thing. Because you're out, but you're always mingling with the rich and famous, aren't you?
I do try, and I'm not rich and famous myself, so I feel a bit like an imposter sometimes, but I just want to get the...
So the rich and famous see you coming and think, oh, here she comes.
Yeah, definitely.
That hanger on.
Stick out like a sore thumb. Sometimes they run away from me sometimes.
Do they?
But I've made friends with most of them because I always like to do good stories on people. I don't like bad stories on people unless they want me to put it out there, unless they deserve it as well. So I try to be a good showbiz journalist.
I bet they love seeing you.
Yeah.
Because we do, don't we?
I think that's interesting, though, so that you still manage to do your job, but you don't do anything that's unnecessarily negative or horrible.
No, because to be honest, I don't like gossip. I like when things come out of the horse's mouth. I like, I see how it is hard for celebrities and stuff. So it's like, put out a good story about them. But,
Oh, Stephanie,
if they're
that's
wrong,
nice.
they're wrong.
You're nice.
I try to be.
Are you going to come back in the next hour?
I'm going to be back in the next hour.
Good,
with
because
the
we've got
agent.
some very interesting stuff to tell you, including why your dog wags his tail the way he does.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Disruption at Dover, another day of gridlock expected as a war of words breaks out between Britain and France over who's to blame.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 23rd of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. So, if you're setting off on a car journey today, and lots of people are, then take us with you because we're on the radio, GB News Radio on DAB+.
Here are your top stories then. As we were saying, the summer getaway is underway. 19 million cars hit the road this weekend. More delays at Dover, though, are expected after ferry passengers had to queue for up to 6 hours yesterday. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss says the situation was entirely avoidable and unacceptable and demanded that the French sort it out. But we'll keep you up to date with everything you need to know. And if you're in a queue, go on, or on your way to Dover, give us a call.
Staying with Liz Truss, as part of her leadership campaign, she's pledged to hold a Brexit red tape bonfire, reviewing every EU law retained by the UK.
Meanwhile, Rishi Sunak says the country is facing a national emergency, warning of a crisis in the economy, the NHS and illegal migration.
Across the pond, Donald Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, faces jail after being found guilty of contempt of Congress after refusing to appear before the US Capitol riots hearing and refusing to provide key documents.
And have you noticed which way your dog wags its tail? No? Well, maybe you should, because new research suggests that they wag to the right if they love you.
Can you tell which way your dog wags its tail?
Well, that was my dog you just saw there, and she was wagging equally, I think.
Equally wagged.
Yeah, she was an equal rights wagger.
Let us know what you think about anything we're talking about today. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Oh, so many people getting in touch, particularly on the France issue, actually. A lot of people very upset with the French, demanding that we boycott a lot of what is going on. Boycott going to France, boycott the cheese, boycott the wine.
Pam says, my hubby was a European truck driver years before we joined the EU. The French always acted like spoiled brats. At the sight of a British truck, permits were checked word by word. Triangles, first aid boxes, spare headlight bulbs, spare wheels, not to mention passports. Returning from either Italy or Spain into France, fuel tanks were dipped, as fuel was cheaper in Italy especially. If you had too much diesel, there was a hefty fine because you weren't buying French fuel.
Oh.
I know.
Lummy neck. Interestingly, Helen says, I thought there was a cost of living crisis, so why are there massive queues at ports and airports? Also, there's this story about Liz Truss's economics potentially putting interest rates up to 7%, which actually is a lot higher than it is now, but would be sort of comparatively normal. And Helen says, in the 70s, when I bought my first house, the interest rate was 24%. Oh, that's a crippler.
It is, isn't it? Mick says not a word has been said about all the HGVs that are being made to wait so the cars can be loaded onto the ferries first. This happens every time. I speak from experience, as I was an HGV driver and I used to bring in fresh fruit and vegetables from all over Europe. I remember once in Calais, we, the drivers, all drove forward to block the loading ramp until they loaded some HGVs. It was the French that were causing problems with one of their strikes at the time. It was the only border that ever gave us problems.
Interesting, isn't it? Well, if you are planning on using Dover, the port of Dover, I'm afraid you can expect another day of long delays.
Yes, yesterday, passengers faced up to 6 hours of queues in bumper-to-bumper traffic as they waited to board ferries for France. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss blamed France for failing to man border posts and demanded that they sort it out. She said this awful situation should have been entirely avoidable and is unacceptable.
OK, let's speak to someone in the know there. Natalie Elphicke is the Conservative MP for Dover and Deal. Good morning to you. Who do you think is to blame for this?
Well, good morning. And it definitely was the case that the French didn't turn up to work as they were expected to do in the numbers that were needed. And that resulted in that traffic gridlock in Dover and that traffic chaos that we saw right across Kent. So the French were responsible for the mess yesterday. I understand that they are now manning the passport controls properly at Dover, which is good news, but it will take some time yet to clear through that traffic backlog.
Why didn't they man their passport control booths properly yesterday?
Well, I think that's a question for the French. I mean, they agreed that they would. There have been preparations in place for some weeks now. The Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, has spoken to his counterpart. The Foreign Office have been working with their French counterparts. And here on the ground in Dover, the Port of Dover, the entirety of the Kent preparations had been stood up now to make sure that this was as smooth as possible for holiday makers to get away. I mean, people have waited a long time for their summer break this year after 2 dreadful years of COVID. We wanted to make sure that they had a good trip, they had a good experience, and that hasn't happened.
Then, do we think? Is it Brexit revenge, do you think?
Well, we had problems in Dover with the traffic before we left the EU, and we have issues now. And it's absolutely vital that we do 2 things. One is to make sure that we invest in our road network and make sure that we have those lorry parking facilities, that we have better check-in facilities as we grow and thrive here in Dover and the Port of Dover. We want both the town and the port to thrive. The second is that we need to invest more and plan for more of those checks in relation to our relationship with Europe. It's absolutely vital that we have proper border facilities here in Dover. We need to make sure that we're checking the goods that are coming in, that we're making sure that the goods that are coming in, the animals and the food products, are safe and not dangerous. There's much that needs to happen on our border. It's time to invest so that we can grow and thrive for the future.
I mean, we've already had some reaction from our own viewers who live in your area and say it's miserable living there. There's always some sort of road chaos or something chaotic happening at the ports. People drive past and they throw rubbish out of the windows, cars and lorries on the roads all the time. They say it's absolutely miserable. Is it like that? Are you aware of that? Is that what you hear from your own constituents?
Well, I mean, it is lovely down here in Dover and across the Dover and Deal area, but the traffic problems, when they occur, do cause real misery for people in the area. And that's why we have these traffic management processes in place. But that's why I've also been calling for that investment in our road infrastructure. We've had this sticking plaster approach, which is just not working. We have the 2 most busy motorways to the busiest port. It's absolutely vital that there's the investment to support that. And otherwise, the price is paid here on the ground in Dover. That's not right or fair for residents. And I'm standing up for those residents in making the case for the investment that we need.
Look, in terms of all of this, you may not want to talk about the leadership election, but it's interesting. Obviously, Liz Truss, currently Foreign Secretary, she's come out very strongly against the French for this, and from what you say, you agree with what she's saying on that. Is she being strong enough, and will she be a strong Prime Minister if she wins?
Well, the next Prime Minister of the country needs to make sure that we get that dialogue up and running with the French and that we invest here at the border. That's the case that I'll be making to the next Prime Minister. The Foreign Office have been working alongside the Transport Secretary on the preparations for the holiday getaway. This isn't the last weekend. We're expecting there to be difficulties here on the road network. Next weekend is expected to be even busier. So it's absolutely vital this week that the French keep the capacity of the border officials here at the Port of Dover. It's vital that we get on top of the traffic delays and queues that we've seen, and that we prepare for next weekend so that it can be better than that which we've seen over the last 24 hours.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's good to hear from you. And I must say, it looks like a lovely day there in Dover anyway. And it's lovely to see you out and about with the seaside behind you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And the sound of the seagulls as well.
Ah, no, you can't beat that. Have to say, you can't beat that.
But she
Anyway,
said it's going to be even busier next weekend.
I mean, what does seem clear from what she said and what we've heard from other people is this has been a deliberate move by the French. So they booked their ideas up today. I mean, how could they not, in a way? How could they not ban all those booths? But, you know, it should have been done from the beginning.
Because they must have felt it at the other end with nobody arriving. Crazy, isn't it? Awful if you live locally.
Yeah, it is. It is. Now, look, research from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, of all places, has found that dogs move their tails to the right when they're with humans that they love.
Now, it's quite a serious bit of research because they analysed 21,000 wags from 10 beagles who met strangers over 3 days. And apparently, the dogs are telling you something when they wag their tail in a certain way. But is it true of all dogs? Who knows? Shall we talk to the dog father, Robin James? Very good to see you. Hello, and who have you brought in with you?
Fifi.
This is Fifi. Say good morning.
What sort of dog is Fifi?
She's a Coton de Tillier.
Is she indeed?
A French dog.
Oh, that might be bad news this morning.
I know. She was born in the UK.
Oh,
there you go.
Absolutely beautiful, and she's got quite a beautiful tail on her.
Yeah,
so
a
it'll be
waggy
interesting
tail.
to see what way it wags. But have you heard of this before, that dogs wag their tail in a certain way?
Absolutely. It's dog body language. So just like human body language, dogs have their own body language. The tail is a really interesting one because, and the research shows that, you know, they're tending to wag their tail to their right, means they're using their left brain activity.
And left brain activity is where the emotional...
It's all emotional and happiness, and if their tail goes to the right, it shows you that they're happy.
But is that now, in all of this, there may be people concerned going, but I love my dog and my dog seems to love me, but it's not wagging in the right direction. Are they going to be worried? Should they be worried?
Well, I don't think they should be worried. I think every dog has its wag. It's almost like a strut. So like a human might have a strut the way they walk, every dog has a unique wag.
Yes, they do,
And then
don't
they
they?
sometimes wiggle wag, so they wiggle their bottom and wag. And every owner has probably seen their dog when they come home, very happy to see them, so they wag their tail at reunions, but they also wag their tail at arousement or excitement. So, for example, 2 dogs in the park, they both see each other, they both put their tails up in the air. Does that mean they're friends and they're really happy? No. But what they're doing is they're signalling each other with their tails. The dog who's wagging their tail to the right is sending unfriendly signals. The dog who's wagging their tail and it's straight up might be saying, I don't like you signals. And it's those signals which allow them to either go and say hello or not.
Because we were reasoning this earlier, that, a tail is another limb for them, really, isn't it?
It's an expression. I mean, horses, when they're angry, wish their tail around, unless there's flies, of course. But, yeah, it's body language. And you can tell a lot, not just by their tail, but by their face, by their eyes, by their expression. They can say, I'm stressed, I'm happy.
But a good owner,
yes,
presumably, can read their dog. If they're a good, loving owner.
Absolutely. And, you know, when you actually stroke dogs and you touch and you get into that dog zone, you're reducing your heart rate, you're reducing your blood pressure. And dog owners know their dogs very well because actually for the dog, their owner is like the Truman Show. So they're watching their owner continuously.
All the time. Never take their eyes off you.
We'll never miss a stroke.
Oh, she is so gorgeous. We've got some videos of different wags. And we weren't quite sure whether or not, whether they're wagging to the right or the left or just going round and round and round. Should we have a look at this? This is my little dog, Ellie, and that's her. Her wag is going either side, perfectly normal.
It's going either side, and you can clearly see like it's a happy wag, isn't it?
But if you slow it down, now look, if you slow it down and you watch this wag, she changes the way she's wagging. It's going left to right at the moment, and then suddenly, at some point around now, it starts to go round in circles.
Oh, really?
Look at that!
A helicopter.
Yes.
Exactly.
Now, what does that mean?
Ultimate happiness. I love you so much.
Is it really?
Absolutely. It's like literally, I love you so much. And the tail's actually horizontal. It's not up in the air.
Yeah.
What we were talking about before with dogs' tails up in the air is different from tails which are horizontal. And then tails that go below show that dog might be tucked under the legs.
Yes.
Show that the dog might be anxious or worried or scared. So you can tell so much by
Now, we've got another...
meeting other dogs.
We've got a bigger dog here with a sort of a longer tail. And again... no, this is the little one. No, she's entirely horizontal, isn't she?
Exactly.
Just
They're so happy.
whatever.
Almost going into helicoptering.
Yes, yes.
Look at them.
There are a lot of little fluffy dogs.
Dogs love humans more than I could even ever tell.
Yes, don't they just?
Really?
And they show it by
Love
wagging
us
the tail.
So much. Absolutely.
I think we might have another video. Do we have one of a larger dog?
Oh, this is Aidan's
This is Aidan's brother's dog.
Now, I think this is wagging to the right a little bit when he comes through. Wagging to the left, rather.
Whoops, he slips on the kitchen floor and he's wagging to his left a little bit, yeah. But that may just be
And it
because
was a
he
very
doesn't know
low
what's going on.
But he's gone in, being a good dog, he's gone into a perfect sit for them there.
Yeah, apparently well trained.
And I think we've got a cat.
Oh, well, I don't think you can read anything from this. Oh, this was Timmy last night.
This is what Timmy thought of the dogs.
He thought the dogs that he'd just clean his bits. While,
thought...
So there you go. But I bet you can't tell me anything about him. He's a very happy, contented cat, let me tell you.
But it does make sense, as you said, because if we had a tail, and we all know that once upon a time we probably did, if we had a tail, we would use it to do certain signals. We would use it, wouldn't we?
Like we do hand signals.
Yes.
We talk with our hands.
We talk with our hands a lot.
So they're talking with their tail, we talk with our hands. It's much easier. If we didn't have hands, we might talk with our feet, but... it's just body language, and it's their way to communicate with us. And it's a great way, if we understand that body language, it's a great way for us to understand. We all know when they're telling us that they're hungry and they want to be fed. They've got that please feed me face. Yes. And then they're sort of please stroke me face. And when they turn on their tummy, please stroke my tummy face. And, you know, all they really want is, you know, a bit of
They
attention.
just want, yes, they want to give you love and have love back, don't they?
Yeah, they do talk to us animals, don't they? And this is the bottom line.
Absolutely. But they don't speak English, Japanese, French, Russian. They speak dog.
So this study was done in China, but it's presumed that Chinese dogs use their tails to
well, it was
language,
it was
just
a really
the same as ours.
interesting study because they took these beagles and they introduced them to the same person for 5 minutes over consecutive days. And each time that the dog met the person on a second and third occasion, they wagged their tail more and more and more and more to the right. And they used a 3D scanning technique, and that's how they got these 21,000 wags for their
she's just
study.
so beautiful. What's her name?
Fifi.
Fifi.
I'm sorry, I do this every time we have a dog in the studio, and I'm a cat person really, but I just can't. I love animals. I just love animals. I can't help myself.
It's amazing.
Get her to look towards camera because her face is just so gorgeous.
Fifi.
Come on, Fifi, look to camera.
Oh, look at that.
And what was her breed again?
A coton de Tillier.
A coton de Tillier.
Like coton de Tillier.
Yeah.
Oh,
And how old is she?
lovely.
She's 8.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
So this is full size then. You're just a little thing, aren't you? You're just a little thing.
Well, there you go. I'm sure lots of our viewers, well, we know lots of our viewers have dogs themselves.
And even if you don't have a dog, you've got to love dogs.
Everyone picks up on dog stories.
Yes.
It's the most amazing...
Coton de Tillier.
That's it, and I'm done for the day now. You can finish off the rest of the show.
Yeah. Well, we've got a break coming up right now. Lots more to come afterwards while you have a cuddle with the Coton de Tillier.
Oh, it's so lovely.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGiven from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast where it's a sunny start in places and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of Western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but there are only a few showers reaching the parts of South East and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
9:23.
He's put the dog down.
Put the dog down. His dog's out in the green room now, wagging its tail like mad.
Oh, she's an absolute beautiful dog.
Oh, so lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, just lovely. I mean, I'm saying I'm animal mad.
But they are good for you. I mean, the dog father there was saying that, you only have to start stroking and you interact with a dog or a cat, and your heartbeat goes down. You can actually feel yourself going through some sort of therapy. I think they're brilliant like that.
Lovely. Lovely. Absolutely adore it. It's very nice too. Loads of you getting in touch today about all sorts of stuff.
Yes, Prince Harry.
Oh, Prince Harry. Oh,
people very irate about Prince Harry.
David says, why is he a special case? Prince Andrew and his daughters don't have free protection and he's the Queen's son. I don't know, is that true? I mean, he was...
I thought the daughters did, and I would have thought Prince Andrew still would.
There was talk about getting rid of it earlier in the year, but as of a few months ago, he still had police protection, close protection.
Yes, I'm pretty sure so as well.
And Barry says, I'm not Prince Harry's biggest fan by a long shot, but he is the Queen's grandson, and there would be millions of people feeling rather ashamed of themselves in Great Britain if he was attacked or worse still murdered because he didn't have the proper protection. Yeah, that's sort of my view, Barry, I think, really.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I think so. You can't get away from the fact that he is royal. You can't say he was royal because he still is, isn't he? And when he's here, I think he has to be safe. And there's no doubt somebody would do something horrible if they were given the chance, I'm sure. Can you imagine the threats they have?
Seen Sue says Harry should not have police protection paid for by the taxpayer. Well, it wouldn't be. I mean, that's the thing. He's saying he would pay for it himself. That's the thing. So it wouldn't actually cost us anything, as far as...
Nick says if he's worried about guns, why live in the country with 400 million guns? He's a hypocrite, flying on private jets and preaching to everyone. He is woke, not royal. He pays no tax here.
No. No, I don't suppose he does pay the tax.
No, I don't suppose he does.
He does pay it in the States, though. Don't know what the tax rates are in the States.
Well done, and thank you for your very unbiased discussion about Harry and his family's security when they come to the UK. This is what Trisha's saying. Of course, when they come to the UK, of course, they should have the security they need in the UK, as well as all the obvious reasons. There's been so much negativity in the media towards them. That's created a lot of hostility. I actually admire Harry for being protective of his family. And you can understand it, I suppose, can't you?
But Alan says, as a veteran, I will never forgive him for the way he treated our Commander-in-Chief, Her Majesty. He turned his back on Her Majesty in the UK, and as such, he deserves nothing from us. A bit harsh. I mean, he's not very popular in the armed forces now.
No, and that's such a shame, isn't it? I mean, I know it's of his own making, but it's such a shame.
Yeah, I feel very sorry about it.
Now, as the nation grapples with staggering inflation that jumped to 9.4% in June and the fastest rise of food, energy and fuel prices in 40 years, more of us have greater risks of falling into debt we have limited or no chance of clearing.
Well, our South West of England reporter, Jeff Moody, has been looking at the problem and exploring ways that people can get themselves out of debt.
The statisticians call it money distress. We call it debt. And the statistics are coming at us fast. 9 million more of us have borrowed since the pandemic, a figure that's rising daily. The average Brit is paying £857 a year on interest payments alone. It would take us 25 years and 5 months to pay off our debt, and that's if we keep up with the payments. One person is declared bankrupt every 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Our finances are bleak. But they don't have to be. Expert Martin James says he has the answer, and it involves wine.
The most important thing to do is to sit down and actually work out what those finances are. Have a glass of wine if you want, maybe just the one, just until you've done it, or have one on standby as a reward when you've finished, or make yourself a cup of tea. Just try to make it as relaxing as possible.
And work out exactly what you owe and to whom. Sobering, perhaps. Necessary, certainly. But then what? Step Change is a charity that last year helped nearly 25,000 people become debt-free. Their first job, to take away the stigma and put you at your ease.
Our overwhelming message is always that people shouldn't suffer in silence. A lot of the time people are too embarrassed to talk about their money problems. They're worried that there's no help out there, that they might be a hopeless case, and that's never the case at all.
Everyone can become debt-free, says the organisation. But how? Step 1, talk. Tell your creditors what's happening, whether it be a credit card, an energy supplier or a phone company. You'll get a sympathetic hearing. Step 2, contact Step Change.
They will then negotiate with your creditors, the people that you owe the money to get significantly reduced payments. I mean, it can go down to like £2 a month.
Step Change says bringing your debts into sharper focus is the first step in regaining control. They can offer all sorts of support and advice, and most importantly, a listening ear. Plus, the organisation has the heft to be able to champion for a change in the law on behalf of consumers.
Which is why we spend a lot of time as an organisation advocating for public policy changes so that the benefit system, for example, means that people aren't living in destitution and absolute poverty, and it means that they can make ends meet.
Making ends meet might not sound the most aspirational of goals, but for millions of us in these current climes, making ends meet is the biggest goal of all. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Oh, I think I definitely need new glasses.
Yes, yes, exactly. If you thought some of those little bits of the report were out of focus, I think they were meant to be. That was right. Called arty.
Arty.
They weren't. Unless we were all looking through your glasses.
Maybe. I don't know.
It made you feel a bit sick.
No, you did. Oh, dear, dear, dear. There you go. Yeah. Poor Jeff. Probably worked very hard on that.
Well, absolutely. No, it was arty.
Anyway.
Have you done that one? I was going to point out this one, but you might not be able to read it.
Oh, go on.
It's from the Lorraine, who said there are lots of people in this country who fought in Afghanistan. So I think that's a good point.
Yes.
Because we were making the point about Prince Harry earlier that, he does need police protection. He's royal, whether you like it or not, he still is. And he did fight. He was a soldier who fought in Afghanistan. And Lorraine said there are lots of people in this country who have fought in Afghanistan, but they don't have police protection. Some of them don't even have a home or any support once they leave the forces. Also, any police numbers used to protect them means that the public have even fewer officers looking out for us.
Well, yeah.
Strong views about Prince Harry today. Very strong views about the French.
Oh, the French. Yes, we don't like the French anymore.
Well, clearly not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
For what they're doing to all our potential holiday makers queuing up in Dover.
I mean, I mean, it's awful because I like to be a peacemaker. Be absolutely honest about it. I like to be a peacemaker. I like to see the good side of people as much as possible. But there is part of me that just with all of this... It's like when, was it Ursula von der Leyen was threatening that...
she said our vaccine was no good, and then she refused to let us have the stuff that was being made in Belgium.
Yeah. But then she threatened to sue us. We should all be sued over the Northern Ireland Protocol and this from France. And I just feel like turning around and saying, bob off. It's the best way I can...
Well, Raquel said, just don't buy any camembert, No. Raquel says, simple answer to France, who consistently behave badly towards the UK, don't buy their wine, don't buy their food, and don't travel there. We need, as a country, to hit them where it hurts financially.
Yeah, I mean, I love France. I mean, France is a lovely country. But they're getting on my pip end at the moment, as my grandmother would have said. Tom needs some advice, though.
Oh?
Tom, yes, he says, you both look so immaculate as usual. Great to see you this Saturday morning. Great to have you with us, Tom. I still set a reminder to watch the channel from 6 every morning as I find your news so refreshing and you get straight to the point. Yes. Please, can you give us tips on how we could also look so great?
Hire a makeup lady.
Yeah, that is the bottom line. Get up at 3 o'clock so you've got plenty of time to prepare and then have someone make you look nice.
Oh, yes. Nothing like it. Absolutely nothing like it.
Yeah, so there you go. We are the People's Channel. That doesn't mean we're going to share our makeup lady with you.
No.
Because we can't. She'd be very busy. But that means we'd love to hear your views and your thoughts. And we'll hear from one viewer and listener in a few minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:34 morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio.
Now, as you know, here at GB News, we love to get your take on the issues that matter to you. And we've been asking viewers who they think deserves to lead our country now that Boris Johnson has resigned. Rishi or Lizzie?
Yes, let's talk to one of our viewers and listeners, Chris Roberts, who joins us now. Morning to you, Chris. It's good to see you. As it stands at the moment, who would get your vote then?
Well, I don't really think either of them have got anything about them that sort of makes me decide what I would really like to do. I mean, to my personal view, it's a bit like driving your car down a steep hill and deciding whether to crash into a tree or a lamppost. You know, both choices are pretty disastrous, whichever way you go.
Mind then, when Boris first resigned?
Sorry?
Who would you have supported when Boris first resigned?
I don't know. I think that none of them have got much about themselves. This is the problem. You know, you listen to what they've got to say, and, you know, I mean, at the moment, both Liz and
Rishi
they're both saying that there's going to be more problems before it gets better. So I really don't know which of the two are the least problems, really.
It is certainly that they are doom-mongering this morning. They may not have intended to be so, but Rishi's all over the front pages saying that he's going to put the government on crisis footing and that things are in a terrible mess, even though obviously he was part of the last government, or the present government. And Liz Truss is saying more or less the same thing, that she's going to burn a bonfire of EU and red tape. So it does seem as though neither contender has a very optimistic view of the next few years. Does that depress you?
Well, no, exactly. I think that's the situation. But why I come to it from a slightly obtuse angle is that I'm amazed that people who are in government, who are supposed to be incredibly bright and very educated, I don't quite understand why they couldn't see this coming. After the so-called printing money during the coronavirus and afterwards, I'm no economist, but it seems to me that common sense would say that if you start doing this printing of money and getting loans, that it all has to be repaid, and it just causes inflation. So why this inflation seems to have become a surprise to the Tory party, I don't understand.
Look, can I ask you, what do you make of this French situation, all that's going on at Dover at the moment?
Well, I think, without trying to be cynical about it, I think, quite frankly, we've not had a very good relationship with France since we defeated Napoleon, quite frankly.
Quite a while ago.
Yes.
Do you think
it's always been a love-hate relationship, I think, with France, you know.
Yeah. Do you think they've done this deliberately?
I don't know whether it's deliberate or not. I'm a bit more gentle towards them than some people might be, but it makes you think.
Makes you think about your next holiday destination, doesn't it? Seems to be very, very difficult to travel anywhere at the moment. Are you planning holidays?
I mean, my father-in-law moved to France when he was 84. He was lucky because he could speak French, so there wasn't a problem. And so we used to get holidays in France almost free. All we had to do was drive through the tunnel and drive down to his house in France, and we had a great time. I mean, I think I like the French as people, but whether the politicians are the same, I'm not so sure.
No, well, I think people might say that about politicians of any country and any hue at the moment. It is a bit of a depressing time. I mean, are you a Conservative Party member?
No, I'm not.
Oh, right. Oh, so you don't.
You won't get a vote.
So you don't get to vote anyway. Oh, so you can quite legitimately say you don't know who to vote for.
Which is another, obviously, issue, because how come just a few thousand people are going to decide who's going to be our Prime Minister when really it should be down to the whole country?
Well, only if there's a general election, though, and I guess now isn't the time for a general election. We couldn't afford one for a kick-off.
Well, no, but I have I've come from a slightly obtuse angle with regard to the current economic and political situation we find ourselves in. If I may just say, it may sound a bit flippant, but I wonder whether what's been happening and the choice of the candidates that we've got are a deliberate action by the Tory party to, knowing full well that they are likely to lose the next general election, but this is a sort of a deliberate act so that they can get the Labour Party into power effectively, and then they can then regroup and come back when the Labour Party make a bigger mess of the situation. The Tory party can regroup and then come back and say to the electorate, look, we can do better than this, and then be re-elected for another 10 years.
Well, it is certainly a sign of a government that has been in for a very long time, that complacency sets in, and then you start to get these scandals, don't you? And they make the wrong choices. Do you think this is inevitable anyway, that the Tories would lose the next general election?
If you look back through history over the last, I'm quite old and I've lived through many crises. I can remember the 3-day week. I can remember inflation at 25%, and all the other things we've had in the past. And I just wonder, whether this is something where the Tories really just want to hand over the responsibility for what's happened, or just as it gets worse, to somebody else.
Well, it's an interesting point of view, Chris. I can't imagine there's a
they
Tory
would be
MP out there who would agree with you on that one.
As I said, it's a bit of it's just a point of discussion more than anything else, looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah, leave somebody else to clear up the mess and then regroup, as you said.
Yeah. Exactly, yes.
Risky policy, though, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It's lovely
Very
to talk
risky.
to you.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. But going back over history, if you look at the economic cycles that the country has gone through over the last centuries, it does go up and down. The economy is either growing or declining. If you look at the graphs, it doesn't stay stable for very long. So it's either going up or down. At the moment, we're going down. But when it gets to the bottom of that, it will start to come up again.
I tell you what, though, Chris, you mentioned there the days of terrible inflation, and there was one year, wasn't there, where we had 3 general elections and the 3-day week. We did get through it, though, didn't we? We did come past it.
Absolutely. I was there. I used to go to work, and the electricity was rationed.
Yeah,
and we had
me too. I remember it.
For so many hours a day, and we had to go to the office, do as much work as we could, and then all the lights went out.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember I did my homework by candlelight many nights, about 3 or 4 nights a week. It was extraordinary, but we got through it. Good to talk to you, Chris.
Thank you very much. Lovely
Thank
to be
you very
on the
much.
show.
Keep viewing. Nice to talk.
Right. Let's have a look at the latest showbiz and sporting events this weekend. Miss Stephanie Tecci and Mr. Aidan McGee are here. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, we're good.
What a time for politics. I'm just so ingrained in it at the moment.
You could get very low about it if you let yourself, if you read all the papers, as we all... we get in the morning, you read all the papers, see all of the headlines. I think that's probably not a normal thing to do. And it's probably not to be extolled at the moment because...
It cost me £5 to pump up my tyres this week. It must be inflation.
£5? Oh, Aidan, get out.
Sorry, you were working at that one from the side, weren't you? And I just thought on it earlier. I'm sorry about that.
I'll tell you what, I bought some windscreen wash.
Yeah.
That ready... we've got Lazy, we buy the ready mix windscreen wash. £7.50. And it was like, never again.
Never again. I'm going to just have to buy the concentrate and do it myself. But £7.50? What's it doubled in price?
You've got to be careful when you actually squirt up on the windscreen as well. If you've overloaded it with too much concentrated liquid, it can create a bubble overload. That's not a joke, that's a serious point. Just be aware. If you've got a roof, if you've got a soft top, you've got the roof down,
You've
the
got
bubble.
a soft top, you get all the bubbles in your face.
Exactly. You don't want that, even on a nice day.
Yeah, no, well, if anyone's got a soft top, Aidan. That's where your priorities lie. What's happening in cricket?
Well, it was a good fight back yesterday by England. So there's been a lot of scrutiny around the Test game recently. We saw England capitulate around about Christmas time against Australia in the Ashes. That's always the one that they're under pressure to win, and they really badly performed in that one. The Test game's been improving since then. 2020 has been given, quite a lot of prominence recently as well. But the one-day event or the one-day format of the game has really suffered in recent years, largely because of COVID. They had to train in biosecure environments. The squads couldn't train together. There have been 24 one-day internationals in 3 years. There's only 8 in the course of a year. Bear in mind that the whole point of a one-day international is a one-day thing, whereas a Test match would go over a period of weeks sometimes. So yesterday, England went into bat. They set South Africa a target of 201, which is not very much, even in a reduced overs game. But England went and skittled them out for 83 runs, and it was Old Trafford under the lights. It's the short form of the game. It was really exciting. It went on until the evening, so it's a kind of day-night kind of thing. Can you imagine football under the lights? This is cricket as well. It's not a new thing necessarily, but we don't normally see that as much in cricket as we do in other sports.
What does skittled them out mean?
Bowling them out. Skittled, yeah. Sorry, it's just another. It's a secondary.
I know sports people tend to use their own phraseology.
Yeah, it's called journalese. Journalese, we call it. But it's a kind of secondary term. It goes back to my writing days. If you're writing about this, you'll use bold in the word bold in the first or second paragraph. And then the third one, you can't repeat the word bold again, so skittled is another way of doing it.
Because you wrote down a note earlier, and I thought, I don't understand this. This is cricket, right? Topley has Malan caught mid-on and Van der Dussen taken down the leg side in third over. De Kock chips leading edge to extra cover in fourth before Butler brilliantly runs out Markram for duck.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Well, let's have a look at it again. Look, it doesn't mean a great deal. Look, this has been taken from another paragraph somewhere on the BBC website. I'm not an expert on it myself, but it's because cricket tends to be written when it's a big game. Sorry, do you need to talk to Showbiz?
We've lost in translation now.
Don't worry, let's move on.
It's just different terminology for everything.
But it's often it's when you've used one word or one phrase, you need to use something different in the paragraph afterwards, so you get words that are invented.
Skip them out and
I'm trying to think of a football. Like if you mention a footballer's name in the first paragraph, you might just call him the midfielder or the striker in the second one. So you don't. Otherwise, you're using the word Beckham. Repetition. Yeah.
So as it was a one-day Test match, does that mean that England doesn't need to go on to face any other people or anything?
No. They do actually. It's a series. So it's a series of one day. So it's 3 one-day internationals. They squared the series yesterday at 1-1. They go to Headingley tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And it's the decider. So it's intriguingly poised, but it's a good time of year to play this kind of game because it's a good way to get a day-night game it fits nicely into the summertime. Very difficult to do that in say November or December. In fact, most cricket
confused. 3 one-day international. Why can't be a 3-day international?
I've never watched a game of cricket in my life.
Oh, cricket's lovely to watch, but you don't have to understand it.
Oh, I
watching the football.
It's too slow for me with cricket. I just kind of sorry for cricket fans.
No, it's all right.
But I've been watching the women's football.
Have you?
Yeah, I've been really enjoying that.
Well, Sweden got through last night, so that means that they're going to be involved in a showdown in the semi-final at Bramall Lane, Sheffield, on Tuesday night. A full house expected. Sweden, the favourites in the tournament. So this is a real acid test for England on Tuesday. I think
how they will do against the favourites.
Yeah, I think if that. Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the winner of that, the winner of the Euros is going to come from that game. Whoever wins that, I think will go on and win. France and Holland are playing tonight. At 8 o'clock, so it's getting good numbers as well.
Did well
7 million viewers as well in the England-Spain game on Wednesday night, I think it was. So that's a prime time audiences. That's very, very good.
How do you think the 3 Lion girls have been doing?
Yeah, they've been doing brilliantly. I mean, look, you can see the investment that's gone into the sport since 2015. I noticed covering football that you can't ignore it anymore. You can't put it at the bottom.
No, money really works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You throw it in, but I do, as I said last week, I do worry that they're building it too much from the top down, as they did with American men's football in the 80s. They brought over Pelé, Beckham, all these players, bringing them over to America and tried to build it from the top down. The problem was there was nothing coming up the other way from the schools. Now
it's reversed now because the schools are big on it, aren't they? Very big on
absolutely, absolutely. It's still taken 30 odd years. It's a slow process, but it just shows you sooner or later you bring those big stars in. especially if they're advanced in age, they're not going to last that long. They're going to be there 2 or 3 years and eventually they go. And I'm worried that in England now, we're not playing enough all girls should be able to play football in primary school and in secondary school.
They do,
if they want to.
They should have the opportunity there if they want to, of course, but I don't think it's available in all schools. I think it's changing, but unless you get people participating, you're not going to get the cream rising to the top.
We've got like netball and rounders.
Yeah.
Those were the only 2 games we were taught in school. Not
rounders
football.
is good fun, though.
Rounders is fun. I do like it.
Oh, it's summer sport, though. It's difficult
And
to play in November,
softball.
isn't it? It's a bit like one-day cricket.
We had hockey in the winter, and that was horrible.
Oh, God. Let's talk about the Mcguinnesses.
So there's been speculation about their marriage for weeks in the papers. Are they going to split or not? Yesterday they confirmed on Instagram, as most couples do these days, that they are splitting. They share 3 kids who have been diagnosed with autism, so that is their focus. They said they will still be living together, but they just said after 11 years, the marriage has just run out of steam, basically. They are asking for privacy, which I'm just like, it's a little bit too late, because I feel like Christine has been doing loads of interviews. She was on Lorraine earlier this week, kind of talking about their marriage. And I think once you give the media a little bit, they're going to want to get the full thing.
It was inevitable, though, after the report last week. We spoke about it on here, didn't we?
Yeah,
I mean, someone does that, it means it's going to happen, sure.
Yeah,
you don't do that if you think it might happen, otherwise why let the cat out of the bag?
And they've been split up for a while, actually, so it's just now they're deciding to go public, and there's been, rumours of cheating, work schedules tearing them apart, so it is quite sad, I think, in any...
Are they childhood sweethearts?
Well, I think they've been together for 15 years, but there's an age gap between them as well, so Christine got with Paddy when she was very young, so now she's in her 30s, she's like, there's certain things she's not putting up with that she used to in the relationship.
Yeah, that's what she said last week, isn't it? I wonder what that means. I think it's a bit of a coded statement.
And he wrote an autobiography and he said that they actually don't have nothing in common at all. He said they don't actually really get on.
How long have they been married again, did you say?
11 years, but been together for 15.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad, though, nonetheless.
It's always sad, especially when there are 3 children involved.
Yeah. Now, this is what I've been waiting for. We were talking Beckham earlier on. Yeah, Beckham and the worm.
Yeah, I think we might have a video for it. So yesterday, Victoria Beckham on Instagram said that finally, after 25 years of marriage, David Beckham showed her his worm.
All right, here we go. Go on, Beckham.
Worm it like Beckham.
Oh, he's limbering up.
Oh, he's getting ready. That is the worm.
Oh, it's good, yeah.
He's doing it in his pyjama bottoms. That was a bit dangerous. That could have gone pear-shaped.
Have you ever met David Beckham before?
Yeah,
Or
several
interviewed
times,
him?
He was a Sky ambassador when I was at Sky, so you'd interview him once a year. But most importantly, he was England captain when I first started covering England back in the early 2000s, and he was very obliging. I mean, he was always already a huge star by that point, but win, lose or draw, he always fronted up. He knew his responsibility. He could easily have done what some of the other players did when they lost and put headphones on and go through the mix zone so they don't have to speak to anybody. He was always there, front and centre, taking the questions. And it helped that he played for Man United because he was used to playing for a big club and he carried that responsibility on his shoulders. And by then, though, he definitely transcended football by this point. Everybody in the world knew who David Beckham was, and it's because of that he went to America in 07.
I met Beckham.
And when did you meet Beckham?
I met Beckham when they were building the new Wembley Stadium. And they'd just before they put the turf down, but they'd put the sand down underneath, and the whole England squad at the time came, and I was there. And I tell you what, I was surprised. He looked a lot older in real life. That he's a year younger than me, and he was quite wrinkled and everything. I was a bit surprised at that. But just like he's just nice.
Yeah.
He's just like quite an ordinary fella, really.
His voice always takes me back because I don't think his voice matches his look for some reason.
It's changed, though. It's got better.
It has got better. It used to be very high and squeaky, didn't it?
I worked with someone who knew him in the very, very early days, around about 96, 97, around about the time when his and Posh's relationship got underway. They did an awful lot of work for him in lots of different ways to try and get him to that level where he was media savvy, because they could see they had a star in the making. But unless he was able to present himself...
But he's very comfortable with his stardom, isn't he?
Now he is, yeah. If you look at him being interviewed back in his England days, 97, 98, it's unfair. He was in his early 20s at the time.
But both he and Victoria come from nice families.
They do.
Yeah, very down-to-earth, nice families. I used to do a radio programme, and his dad used to ring in all the time.
Oh, really?
Various
Ted
things.
Beckham.
Yeah, and he was just really nice and lovely person. I'll tell you what, the thing about that Wembley Stadium thing. I did a report once from Wembley when it was being built, and it was just about to be opened, and they had to test the loos.
Oh yeah.
Because obviously in a big match, half time, every loo in the entire place is flushed, and they had to test that the loos could take, that the drains could take it, that the whole sewage system could take it.
The biggest complaints when the stadium opened was that the air dryer, the hand dryers were just too fierce.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, they're quite commonplace now, but you know how there used to be like a cat breathing on you, and it used to take about 3/4 of an hour to dry your hands.
Yes.
Back then, the 07, when the stadium opened, saw the advent of these like really high pressurised ones.
Yeah, they almost take the skin off your hands.
Exactly.
Don't you? Yeah.
It's nice. I've always had a soft spot for Beckham because he just seems to be
good ambassador for the country.
Good ambassador. Helps bring
the big
the
thing
Olympics
about
home,
him
isn't
is whether he's going to get a knighthood, because the newspapers are always
He's
talking
been waiting
about
a while for that.
He should be like Sir David Beckham, and
I agree.
each year his name is off the list. So maybe this year might be his lucky year. Golden balls.
You seem to hand them out to everybody else.
He
So
does.
that's why you shouldn't have one.
That's it.
Stephanie, Aidan, thank you very much indeed. We will all be back tomorrow morning at 6, but Esther and Philip are here next.
Hello, good morning. I'm Aidan McGivern from the Met Office. Mixed fortunes across the UK this weekend. Fine in the south and east, where it will be increasingly humid and hot in places. Cloudier and cooler elsewhere with a keen breeze and outbreaks of rain or showers. Weather fronts are moving in from the west as we start the weekend. It's a fine start for many ahead of those weather fronts, but through the day the isobars will tighten, the breeze will pick up and those spells of rain will reach many areas, but not the southeast, where it's a sunny start in places, and the far northeast of Scotland starting off fine. Mostly it stays bright here, but I think for western and central Scotland, Northern Ireland, parts of northwest England and Wales, the cloud thickens and we'll see outbreaks of rain push in. Heaviest towards the northwest, and it'll be breezy in the north as well. So that'll make it feel cool, but still the potential towards the southeast where we'll keep the sunny skies for 28 Celsius. Turning increasingly wet once again for much of western England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland overnight. The heaviest of the rain will affect Scotland and Northern Ireland, the far north of England, but only a few showers reaching the parts of southeast and East Anglia, I think. Nevertheless, with the breeze from the southwest and a lot of cloud, temperatures in most places will stay up in the mid to high teens. A cloudy and breezy and relatively mild start to Sunday then. Further spells of rain will move into the north and the west, interspersed by brighter spells, but the rain will be persistent at times, I think, for southwest England, South Wales into central England as well. Heavy thundery showers for western Scotland, and it's a warmer day for many. Low 20s for Scotland and Northern Ireland, Northern England as well. 29 or 30 Celsius towards the southeast, where with a bit of sunshine it will feel very warm, if not hot. Monday and Tuesday will be a bit cooler. Still a mix of sunny spells and showers, but fewer showers, more dry weather.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment.
We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News.